Welcome to the PQE revision event. We are the first time doing a PQE event, so I hope you find it useful in preparation for your examinations. I'm going to turn my webcam off so that you can see the slide. So just a little bit of housekeeping with the GoToWebinar platform. There should be documents that I've asked to be loaded. So we've attached some handouts for everyone to be viewed throughout today, and also for your revision as you lead up to your training. There's actually a PQE revision guide, not an FQE as listed on the slide. There's the practice visit guide for you and the portfolio guide, so that we will cover the portfolio contents by the end of the session, just to give you some guidance in preparation for final examinations. So we request on the GoTo platform that when it comes to tea and coffee breaks, please that you log out and then log back in again when you come back. All of the cameras are switched off, so none of us can see you, but we do request that you use the live question function. So questions rather than chat. So while all of the examiners are talking today, I'll be using the question function in the background and I'll be replying to your questions. So please feel free to use that throughout the day. It's going to be a fully interactive session. We will be recording today's lectures, but the recordings won't include the video links. So if you can let any of your friends and colleagues know if they want to join today, it would be more beneficial for them, especially with the live chat function. And this recording will be available on the exams website for ABDO members until after the exam session has been sat, so that it gives you that preparation. You can dip back in and rewatch any section that you wanted to up until that point. And then if you've got any feedback at the end of the session, then please feel free to email me and we'll take on board your feedback for any future events. So just a little bit of advice: when you turn up at the examinations themselves, we still have the COVID procedures in place. So we do request that if you have any symptoms before your examinations, please just contact the office, don't come in. We expect you to fill in a symptom declaration form, which hopefully you'll bring it with you, but if not, we have some at the desk when you get there. We'll check your photo ID, and that will be from behind a screen. I'm afraid it still feels a little bit odd. At the moment, we're requesting that you wear face masks in the building at all times, and we'll review this in line with the guidance that's just been released from the government. But gloves and aprons will be used when dealing with the patients, as you would do currently in practice. So the NRC's got a one-way system that's set up in place, and that means that you come up in the lift with a maximum of 2 people, and then you go down via the stairs, and that helps maintain the flow through the building. And then all of the examinations will be run on the 4th floor at the National Resource Centre. For the examiners, you don't need to worry about finding the rooms at the exam venue. The examiners come and collect you. They take you to each section. They'll tell you where to sit and the procedure that will be running that day for that section, because that will be in line with the COVID procedures. At the venue, we've got a vending machine, we've got tea and coffee machines, a water dispenser, and we can provide a packed lunch for you if you require it. That will be £3.50. We request cash, we don't have card facility, and we need to order those by 8:30, but your exams will start at 8:30 AM anyway, so that should be fine. We request, when using the facilities, that you announce, and we only have a maximum of 2 people within the toilet washrooms. There will be wash stations for your hands, hand sanitizer in every room, in every section. We request that you bring your own tools at the moment, so tools and certainly your own rulers, but tools will be provided. If you haven't got your own ruler, that's fine. Just let the examiner know at the start of the section and they'll provide that for you. It's just to reduce cleaning down of the stations. And then wipes will be available for you to clean down your rulers in between patients. So for the PQEs, there's the small changes which will be in place when you attend this summer. So section A, all of the equipment will be provided on your desk. So all of the tools and the lens case will be there. Section B, again, everything will be provided on your desk, but it won't be in boxes. The box sets will be taken out and put on top of the form itself. Section C1 and C2 will be in the same room, and you'll be seated at the same desk for both sections, and that will be run over a 1 hour period. The patients will sit with you at the start of section C2, so you'll do C1 on your own. You'll do C1 with your patient. The patients will rotate, you will stay where you are, and then you'll stay with the last patient that you dealt with for section C2 to do the facial measurements. And then section D is your Viva section, and there'll be a Perspex screen between you and the examiner, and they will hold up the prescriptions that you're there to discuss. As I've said, any boxes where we normally store each box set, so for example, your frames that you need to measure for section B1, they will be taken out of the box and just placed on the form that you need to complete. So as today is meant to be an informal training session, I thought it would be helpful for you to see who you're working with. Now, normally I'm with my boss, which is Alicia Thompson, the lady in the blue top on the pictures. I'm Miranda Richardson. I did forget to introduce myself at one of the last sessions that I did, so I was known as the lady in the red glasses when someone tried to ask me a question. So I'm Miranda Richardson. I'm the Assistant Director of Professional Examinations, and my boss is Alicia Thompson. I have Matt Stringer helping today, supporting me in the background with any technical issues. And we have Les Thomas will be speaking for you, Jerry Dynan, we've got Dynash, Cheryl Swindles, and Daryl Newsom. Just a reminder, please, if you want to use the chat function, use the question section, and I will be manning that in the background. I can see I've already got questions coming in, so I'll answer those as we go along. But your timetable for the day, we'll be looking at we'll be running the sections in order. So your breaks will be 10:45, 12:30 and 2:45. And we're starting with Les Thomas on section A, which is your lens measure and for symmetry, and then your hand neutralization. And again, I will be manning the questions in the background. So I am going to hand over to Les.
Fab, thank you, Miranda.
Pleasure, good luck.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. I hope you're well. I'd love to say it's lovely to see you, but I can't see you. But it's lovely to know that you're there in the background, and we hope that you get some good information from this session we're going to run with you today. So as Miranda said, so my name's Les Thomas. I've been an ABDO examiner for sort of probably coming up to about 4 years. So I was a trainee examiner for a couple of years, and then I've been a qualified examiner for a couple more. But I've worked in opticians for about 16 years and qualified as a dispensing optician about 11 years ago, so it's been a while. So I'm here this morning and I'm going to take you through the whole of section A. So that's A1, 2, 3. We've got about an hour and a half to do that. So again, as Miranda said, if you have any questions as we're going through, please pop them into the questions section. Miranda will answer any that she can in the moment. But if there are any things around that you want to sort of go back to particular slides maybe, or you want me to sort of go over something again, she'll sort of just hold that and then she'll let me know. There are intervals for questions as we go through the slides. Okay, so hopefully that's what you're expecting of today. Again, just to recap this, so this is PQE, so first year practical exams, and we're looking at section A for the next hour and a half. Okay, so let me share my screen with you so you can see the slides, and then I'll turn my camera off. Lovely. Okay, so section A then. Let's make a start. So as you know, in your section A, so this section is around single vision lenses, and you've got 3 activities that you're going to be doing in the space of an hour. So you've got A1, which is your lens measure. and obviously we're going to go into these in a lot more detail individually in a second. We've got A2, which is manual for symmetry, and we've got A3, which is hand neutralization of a toric pair of spectacles. So the good news with this section is that you've got to get 100 marks. Well, there are 100 marks available across the 3 tasks, okay, and you need to get 50. All right, so basically you just need to get 50 across all 3 in any allocation. Okay, so you could get 0 on 1, but you can potentially still pass by doing really well on the other 2. All right, now obviously that's something we don't particularly want to encourage that, but obviously we want you to be good at all of it, but it does give you a little bit of a safety net, I suppose. Now when we start, obviously in a couple of years time, when you start thinking about your FQE examinations, obviously there is a section A in those as well. Obviously the difference being in that one is that there is A1, A2, A3. In those ones you need to gain a 60% in each section. Okay, obviously so the pass mark is higher for 3rd year exams than it is for 1st year. So in this one you need to get 50% across all 3, but it doesn't matter sort of where the points are allocated. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, and as you can see on the screen, so you've got a potential of 30 marks available from A1, 35 marks available for A2, and another 35 marks available for A3. So that adds up to a total of 100. You need to get 50 across the 3. All right. As regards timings, so you've got 15 minutes for A1, 15 for A2, and 30 for A3. How your examiner will likely set this up on the day. So as Miranda said, your examiner will come and get you from the waiting room, and they'll take you into the room that's set up for section A. And you'll have all 3 activities already set up on your desk. Okay, and my next screen will show you what that looks like. So that's sort of what your desk is going to look like. So you'll have all 3 activities already there. So you can see on the desk, we've got some pieces of coloured paper. So the purple one is your lens measures, so that's A1. The orange one is your symmetry, so that's A2. And then the pink one is your hand neutralization, which is A3. So the examiner will ask you to do them in sequence. Okay, so A1, A2, A3. And they'll basically ask you to do A1 and A2 sort of together. So they'll basically tell you the first half an hour of this session, you've got 15 minutes to do A1, and then you've got another 15 minutes to do A2. Okay. However, if you finish A1 really quickly, you can go straight on to A2. If you want to, you can spend more time on one than the other if you want to. All right. Obviously, if you're going to do that, we'd really strongly advise that before the end of that first half an hour is that you revisit the A1 just to make sure you haven't missed anything. And the examiner will give you time checks throughout. So they'll typically give you a halfway point time check, so 15 minutes in. And they'll probably say something like, if you haven't already moved on to A2, you need to now. And then they'll give you another 5 towards the end. All right. So opportunity, if you need to go back just to double check anything, you need to. Now, once you get to the end of that first half an hour, they'll take in the answer sheets for A1 and A2 together. And then you'll only be left with A3, which is your hand neutralization, and then you'll have the remaining half an hour of that session to do that. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. So as you'll also see on the desk, you've got 2 versimeters. So you've got a choice of which one you want to use, or you could use both of them. So there will be a ring of dots versimeter, and there'll be the green cross versimeter. So you've got both options available. They're battery powered, okay, so there's no cables in there or anything for you to trip over. However, the battery power does mean that, like, sometimes in the middle of using it, it will turn itself off automatically. So don't let that panic. It's just turn it back on and you can pick up where you were. But also you can choose which one of those you want to use. Someone did ask me. Oh, yes, you can. Sorry. Yeah.
I was going to say, I think you were just going to say actually, but please don't bring your versimeters to the exams. You can bring tools and rulers, but please don't bring versimeters. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. So bring all the rulers and things you like, but don't bring your own fissimeters. We've got them there for you. Someone once asked me, how do you tell the difference between them? Is it written on them? No, it isn't. You'll just need to look down the barrel and then you'll be able to tell which one's which. Okay. And again, just use whichever your preference is. So you've got a trial case and then you've got a white laminated sheet on top of that. When we look at that in more detail in a little bit for hand neutralization, when we turn that white sheet over, that is going to be the cross that you're going to need for your hand neutralizing. So you don't need to bring that with you. That will be there ready for you. You've got the green paper is just some scrap paper for you to make any notes. You've got some methylated spirits in a container. So if you do put any marks on lenses, etc., you can clean those off before you leave. You've got on the left-hand side, just below the visimeter, you've got the Norville setting chart, which we're going to look at again when we're doing hand neutralization in a little bit. And on the right-hand side, underneath the visimeter, you've got a small sort of storage tub. Now, what we're asking you to do, what we're using that for is when you're doing your hand neutralization, you're probably going to be using quite a few trial lenses out of the trial case. If you can, any lenses you take out of the trial case, if you can leave them on the desk and put them into that little container once you've finished with them, and then the examiner will clean them and sterilize them and put them back into the trial case ready for the next person. All right. They will remind you about all of this stuff at the start of the examination, so don't panic. You don't have to remember this off by heart now. It's just sort of hopefully just giving you a bit of familiarity about the type of things they're going to say when you start. Okay, so that's all the bits and pieces you're going to need. So there shouldn't be anything else in there. There will probably be, well, there's definitely going to be marker pens available. They probably won't be on your individual desk. They'll probably be on the desk at the front. So again, those sort of small things like rulers and marker pens and all that sort of stuff, we really expect you to bring that with you and then use your own. But there will be some available in the room if you need to borrow some. We're just not putting them out ready for you, just to again reduce contamination. Okay, so let's crack on then with A1. So as you can see from the description on the side, so this is the lens measure activity. So this is the use of a lens measure to find the base curve, cross curve, sphere curve of two lenses. You've got 15 minutes for the task and you've got 30 marks available. So on our picture, you can see the purple sheet. Okay, so that's the answer sheet you're going to record your answers on. Okay, so you'll flip that over and we'll look at an example of that in just a second. In that little black box is your actual lens measure. You've got a small mirror, or it'll be a plain piece of glass to calibrate your lens measure. And then in that little white packet, you'll have two uncut lenses that you're going to take the measurements from. So this is what your form is going to look like. So obviously it's purple rather than white on the screen. So when you turn it over, you can see you've got spaces to fill in your information at the top of the form. Now, we're going to cover this repeatedly, and it's a bit of a standard thing that I've copied and pasted throughout each section. But it is really important that obviously you always put your candidate number on there. You put the box set number. Now, the box set number will be basically a label that is on whatever it is you're looking at. So in this case, the lenses will be labeled L9 or something like that. Could be whatever. For symmetry spectacles, I think that the rule we have is that they'll have an F in front of it, so it might be F3 is the pair of spectacles you're looking at, and then for the hand neutralization spectacles, it'll be a H, so it could be H5 or whatever it might be, whatever number. Okay, if you're not sure about what to record in that box, please just flag that to your examiner, and they will help you to find it. Okay. But obviously really important you make sure we know which one you're looking at, so when it comes to be marked, obviously we're using the right model answers. Obviously, as regards to the venue, it's easiest just to put the NRC or anything else you want, but NRC is probably the simplest, and then the date obviously is the date that you're sitting the exam. Below that, you can see you've then got boxes for lens 1 and lens 2. So the lens, so the cuts when you take them out of that envelope will clearly say lens number 1, lens number 2 on them. Okay, so again, just make sure you're doing them, you're looking at the right one, or you're recording your answers in the right box. Okay, one of the most common reasons for failure of this section is that you've recorded them the wrong way round. Okay, so that's either you've recorded measurements the wrong way round, so you've recorded the sphere curve as the cross curve or whatever, or you've simply put the measurements for lens 1 in the box for lens 2 and vice versa. And as unfortunate that is that would be a fail, because obviously they are clearly labelled. So please don't slip into that trap and potentially lose easy marks just because you've not written it in the right box. Okay, so that's what the form looks like. That's what you're going to fill in. So a couple of points to talk about then. So we know you've got 15 minutes for this section. Although 15 minutes sounds like quite a lot of time for lens measure, again, you'll be quite surprised how quickly that will go in the actual exam room. So timing is quite crucial. Okay, like I said, if you finish this one early, you can move on to A2 sooner and spend longer on symmetry if you want to. But again, don't let that compromise your answers for A1. Again, the best practice would be is to split your time equally between the two. All right. There's a comment there around having a routine. So routine that feels regular and familiar. You'd be surprised how much that is going to help you when you're in an exam. All right. As much as we want to put you at ease and make you feel comfortable, it is still an exam. So you are going to feel really nervous, and that is going to affect you. So when you're doing these types of tasks which require a routine, if you've practiced that a lot, hopefully what that will mean is on the day is that you're going to be nervous, but almost the routine will take over, and it will sort of put you into a bit of an autopilot, which is probably a good thing. So have a routine, make sure you practice that as much as you possibly can before you come to the exams. The tolerances for this particular section, so for A1 around measurements, is 0.25 plus 0.25 diopters. So let's talk about the procedure then. So we're providing you with the lens measure. It will look very similar to the one that's on screen, and they are calibrated very routinely, but obviously they also get used a lot as well. So it is important that before you start taking any measurements is that you're calibrating your lens measure. So as you can see in the picture, so using the mirror or the piece of glass, so you're holding the lens measure against a plane surface, you should expect a reading of plano or 0. Okay, if you get anything different to any deviation to that, you've got a couple of options. So you can either factor that deviation into your results. So if you know that you're starting on a plus 0.25, you can obviously then compensate for that when you actually take your measurements. The alternative is, if you ask the examiner, there are plenty of spare lens measures in the room. They can just swap it for you, and then again you would calibrate it just to make sure that you're starting on plano. All right. As you can see from the one in the picture, all of the ones you're going to be using are the ones that are calibrated for 1.53. I know you can get lens measures which have a dual scale, so they'll have a 1.53 scale and a 1.7 scale. I'm pretty sure we don't have any of those at the NRC. They'll all be very similar to the one you can see in the picture. And if anyone is wondering whether you can bring your own digital lens measure with you, unfortunately you can't. So you will need to use the ones that we're providing for this activity. So we've calibrated the lens measure. Okay, now obviously what we're expecting, so we've got our uncut blank. What we're expecting is that one surface is going to be spherical, the other surface is going to be toroidal or toric. Okay, but obviously the only way to check that is to actually put the lens measure onto the lens and move it round to see what you get. Now, there are some best practices which actually is not what I'm doing in the picture, so almost some deliberate mistakes here, but let me just show you this video as to a bit of what you would expect to see. So I'm looking at the front surface at the moment of the lens measure. Now you can see that we are getting a little bit of movement of the needle. Okay, so it's sort of fluctuating between 5 and 5.37 maybe, something like that. Now that isn't supposed to be there. That's not supposed to be the case. Okay, so now the reason for that is a couple of things. Is that actually the best practice would probably be is to mark the optical center of your uncut blank, so you can make sure that that middle prong of the lens measure is directly on the optical center. So the fact that I haven't done that, you can see that that is sort of moving and fluctuating a little bit, which is what is inducing our little bit of error that you can see at the moment. Okay, the other method or the other thing you can adopt to make your results more reliable in this case, for this surface anyway, would actually be to put your lens on the table. So if it's on the table, you're going to have a sort of a firmer surface, and actually then it's sort of easier to get a more reliable result. Okay, but that marking up the optical center is quite a good thing to do. It will help you to keep that central prong in the right position, and then all you're doing is rotating the lens, and again we would expect, so we're expecting the spherical surface, there shouldn't be any movement of the needle. Okay, so so this one does actually read as 5.25. It's just simply the way that I'm holding it and moving it is what is creating that little bit of variation of the measurement. All right, because when we move on to the second surface, which is this one, you'll see that we get a much wider variation of powers. Okay, so I'm now looking at the back surface of the lens. So my front surface was plus 5.25. So we're going to be expecting that the back surface is going to be in the minus powers. And again, just to show you this little video. So we're getting a range there from minus 650 at the lowest up to, probably went up to minus 812 maybe there, something like that. But for my answers, I'm going to record it as minus 8 in a second. But again, you could see there was a little bit of movement of the lens measure against the lens, which is probably creating a little bit of variation. So again, the more you can practice this before the day, the better you're going to be at handling it, the more reliable your results are going to end up being. All right, so again, sounds really cliche, but practice is really important to get this right. So that's what I'd be recording on my answers. Okay, so for lens number 1, so our sphere curve is obviously the easy one, so that's where the needle stays the same. So that's going to be my 5.25. And then for the base curve and the cross curve, the rule is that basically the base curve is always the lowest power. All right, and I always used to remember that when I was at college, because I would remember it as being the basement, which is the lowest part of the house. Sounds really sad, I know, but that's how I would remember things. So the base curve is the lower power, the cross curve is going to be your stronger power. Okay, so in this instance, we'd be recording the base curve as minus 650 and cross curve as minus 8. And that base curve cross curve rule, that applies regardless of whether we're talking about plus or minus. Okay, so that will work for either. So if we had the opposite scenario here, that our sphere curve was the minus, so therefore we'd be expecting the toric surface to be plus, that would still apply. Okay, so your lower number is going to be the base curve, your higher number or stronger power is going to be the cross curve. Okay, so I'm hoping that makes sense. And we've got a moment for some questions. So Miranda, is anything that's come through in the questions?
No, not. I've kind of dealt with it as you've gone along, actually, Les. So
Okay,
all fine.
fantastic, brilliant. Okay, so good. Let's move on to A2 then. So back to our starting point, I suppose. This is A2, so toric lens for symmetry. So the use of a posimeter to find the powers of a pair of glazed toric lenses, and you'll also need to locate the vertical position of the optical centers and the optical center distance. So again, we'll talk all that through in a second. Same as A1, you've got 15 minutes to do this task. You've got slightly more marks allocated for this, so 35 rather than 30 that you had for lens measure. And obviously with this one, we're going to be using the orange piece of paper this time. So you can see on our picture, you've got a pair of spectacles on there, which will have a label on. So you can almost see them. Oh, yeah.
One question's just come in. What's the best way to find the optical centre of an uncut lens?
Sorry, Miranda, I missed that last bit. What did you say?
What's the best way to find the optical centre of an uncut lens?
So I would just measure it diagonally. So I would just measure from side to side with a ruler. And also you're looking for the midway point, aren't you? So the fact it's uncut means that it's going to be the central point. So measure from side to side, mark the middle point, and then do that from a couple of positions across the lens to get the optical center.
Thank you.
My advice. Cool, good question, good question. So so back to our A2 then. So orange piece of paper, got our specs there. You can see a little white label, that will be your set number. So that's what you're going to record on your answer sheet. And like I said earlier, our convention for the exams is we would expect that to be an F and then a number. So F for symmetry, and then it could be number anywhere probably between 1 and 30, probably something like that. So just make a note of that. Okay. Obviously, mistakes do happen, and things get muddled up. And I did once have a student that had the wrong specs on the wrong piece of paper, and they didn't notice. So basically, they had done for symmetry for the pair of specs for hand neutralization, and hand neutralization for the pair of specs for symmetry. Now, that didn't actually cause a problem in the end, because they identified that just before the end, before I took their answers in, and they had written the correct set number on the correct piece of paper. So even though obviously, so when we started marking it, it was a bit of a shock of, oh, that doesn't make sense because they're doing for symmetry, but they've got a H number pair of specs. The fact we've got model answers for all of our spectacles that we use for these activities means that we can still mark them against whether they're correct or not. So in the end, it wasn't a problem, luckily. But again, just sort of be mindful of stuff like that when you're starting. That's all. Okay. Any discrepancies, any queries, anything you're not quite sure of, just flag it to your examiner, and they will make sure that you've got the right things that you need, or you're doing it in the right way. Okay, apart from giving you the answers, obviously. So let's carry on with A2 then. So as we said, this is for symmetry of a toric pair of spectacles. So you've got a new answer sheet here. So same rules as before. So making sure you pop your candidate number, box number, venue, date. As regards candidate number, one of the things that I haven't mentioned yet so far is that normally when we do practical exams, the candidate would bring, you'll get issued a timetable at the start of the day, which has got each section on, what time you're going to be doing it, and obviously it'll have your candidate information and stuff at the top of it. Now, normally for exams, we would expect you to bring that into every section that you're doing, and then the examiner will sign it to say that you've been present in that section. We're not doing that at the moment because of COVID. So again, one less piece of paper is one less thing that can contaminate things. But just be mindful of that. So we're not going to expect you to bring your timetable into the room. You can if you want to, But if you don't, just make sure you can remember your candidate number, okay? And I know that sounds really silly and really stupid, but you'd be surprised. And again, we do have the occasional that someone can't remember it and they have to go and get it and that sort of thing. So if you might be worth jotting it on your pencil case maybe, or somewhere that something you're going to have with you when you're actually sat at the table. Okay, so obviously, this is for symmetry of a toric pair of specs. So we know they're single vision. So we need to find the sphere cell axis, vertical heights, and the optical center distance. So hopefully nothing particularly taxing here. So again, for symmetry is a pretty regular activity in work, in practice. Obviously, the main difference here is that we're making you use a manual versimeter as opposed to an automatic, which you may be more familiar with, or you may be more comfortable with, or you may use more often. But obviously, manual versimetry is a really important skill of a dispensing optician. So this is why it's here. So another 15 minutes for this task. Again, same thing as before. A routine is going to make it so much easier for you. So the more you've practiced for symmetry, you'll have your own routine. Now, I'm going to show you my routine. That doesn't mean it's right or wrong, okay? So if you've got a different routine to what you're about to see, that's fine. So don't panic, okay? I'm going to show you the way I've always done for symmetry, okay? And this is probably the way I was taught 16 years ago, but it's just the way that's easiest, I find easiest, okay? If you've got a different routine, please don't feel the need to change just because this is what I'm showing you today, okay? You're probably going to be more accurate using your own routine, as long as it's a routine that works. Yeah, so use your own routine. And obviously then choose your preferred versimeter, so whether that's a sort of green cross or the ring of dots, whichever you prefer. So we're going to calibrate the versimeter first. Okay, so got a couple of pictures here for you to look at. So obviously the eyepiece is sort of the bit right at the top that you're going to be looking through, and that rotates. And when you look down the versimeter, when you're rotating that eyepiece, it will basically make, so on the lower picture you can see some black numbers. So you've got the 2 and the 3, and then you've got those black lines sort of that make up the background of the versimeter. As you rotate that eyepiece, those black numbers and those black lines are going to go in and out of focus. So what we want is a position where those numbers and those lines are as clear as they possibly can be. All right, so that is compensating for sort of your required amount of accommodation when you're looking down in versimeter. So again, calibration is really crucial to get accurate results. So you're basically going to look down, turn the versimeter on, look down the barrel, look through the eyepiece, turn the eyepiece round, rotate the eyepiece until all those black lines and numbers. So you're not worried about the green cross at this point, because you need to move the power dial to focus the green cross, which we're going to talk about in a second. So the green cross could still be blurred at this point, and it probably will be, depending on the position of the power dial the last person has left it in. But we're looking at the black numbers and black lines, so we want to get those as clear as possible initially. Once we've done that, we're then going to mount our spectacles. Now, again, I think purely because of the amount of time that I've been doing this, my routine is always right lens first and then the left lens. I would suggest the same to anyone else because it prevents confusion. And again, the better your routine, the easier it's going to be for you on the day. All right. Some candidates will put a little R and a little L on each lens to help them to remember. So again, they're recording the answers into the right boxes, etc. So feel free to do that. That isn't a problem. Primark can pen with you.
I'm just going to interrupt. I know you've just raised that point, but I see that at every exam session, and it's so frustrating to see candidates get the answers right, but write them in the wrong boxes. So actually, I would strongly recommend that you all write an R and an L on the lenses so that you know you're putting them in the right boxes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it is really frustrating from our point of view, because we can potentially see that you've got it right, but actually the fact you haven't written it in the right box is probably going to mean you're going to fail it. So
Technically, it would
yeah,
have been
absolutely.
so thank you.
Anything that makes life easier for you on the day and less likely any simple mistakes like that is absolutely the best thing you can do. As I said, and as you saw earlier, you've got a little bottle of methylated spirits on the table. So before you finish, just give the lenses a clean, take any markings off. If you run out of time, don't panic. The examiner will give you a couple of moments after you finish to do that, or they'll do it themselves. Okay, so really, again, if you want to put the RNL on, that will make it easier for you. So we're going to mount the specs onto the fiximeter. So obviously, as you can see, I'm starting with right lens, obviously, so sides pointing down. I've obviously clamped them to hold them in position. I've got my base plate, and I've moved up my base plate to make sure the spectacles sit completely horizontally. So we don't want any skewed specs or anything like that, because that is going to affect your axis reading. And then we're going to go in and actually start taking some powers. So I've got another little video to show you. So this is me recording down a fiximeter. Now, apologies, you can't see the power dial, but you can see the sort of the green cross blur, etc. So we've started off sort of a big green blur, all right? And again, I'm just going to talk you through this as to sort of what I was doing at the time. And again, this is my routine. This is what I feel comfortable with. Please don't panic if this doesn't match what you would currently do. All right. So now I sort of typically I typically will always start at a high minus. And the reason I do that is because typically I like to get my answers in plus cell form. However, you can do the opposite. If you deliberately want to get it in minus cell form, you could start at a high plus. Okay, so I've started at a high minus, which means that assuming I'm finding the lines correctly, I'm going to find sort of the more minus and then the less minus measurement, or in this case, I'm going to find the less plus and then the more plus. Okay, because I'm moving in that direction from minus into positive. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm moving the power dial down to start to get it into focus, okay? And I can start to see that I've got some sort of vague green lines, but they're nowhere near in focus. Now, the telltale giveaway at this point is that the ring of dots around the center have stretched out. Okay, and what that's telling me is that there's something going on. There is a focus in the vertical meridian. All right, so up to this point, I've only been moving the power dial. Now I'm actually going to move the axis dial as well, okay? And my aim now is to basically bring one of those set lines into that vertical meridian, and that should start to focus it. Now, at this point, I've got a choice. I could either rotate the axis dial counterclockwise, and that's going to bring the short lines into focus, or I can rotate it clockwise, and that will bring the long lines into focus. Okay, can't actually remember which way around I did it, so let's have a look. There we go. Okay, so I rotated anti-clockwise to bring the short lines into focus. Okay, so again, so this is where again can be a little bit tricky, because I'm now sort of using the power dial and the axis dial at the same time, just to get that set of lines as focused as they possibly can be. Doesn't look brilliant on the video, but it was focused. That's as sharp as I could get it in this instance anyway. Okay, so that's what I'm going to capture now as being my first power. Okay, and that's going to come up on the side in a second. Now, I know, again, some people have a different routine, and they will so they will deliberately always find the short lines first, because they consider the short lines to be the sphere and then the long lines to be the sill, etc. That's never particularly been a process that I've adopted, so I will just find whichever set of lines comes into clarity first. That's what I'll record that as my first power, and that is going to become my sphere, and then obviously the second set of lines is going to become my sill, or my second power. Now, so again, whichever, there are different routines, and whichever one works for you is fine, really. Okay, so let's just carry this on. So I've got my short set of lines. Okay, so that's going to be my first power, and we can see that that is in a vertical direction at this point. So I don't need to move the axis dial again. I can now leave that where it is, and I'm going to carry on moving the power dial. So I keep moving the power dial until I get the second set of lines into focus. And there they are. Oh, a bit too far. Back a little bit. And boom, there it is. Okay, so that's my second set of lines. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna read off the power on the power scale, which would be sort of down the bottom, which you can't see. That's going to become my second power. All right, and then I'm also going to pay particular attention as to the direction of this second set of lines. So, and obviously you've got a thing called a graticule on a fissimeter, which is basically a rotating dial just below your eyepiece, which basically rotates a black line centrally around the inside of the fissimeter. So what you can do is you can use that graticule to line up with the middle line. So again, we can see that because we're looking at the long lines, we've got 3 lines here, whereas the short lines typically have 2. And what we're interested in is, where does the middle of that of those lines meet up with the axis dial around the edge? Okay. Now, to make sure you're being really accurate at this point, and the step that I haven't done in this video is that I would now centralize the image. Okay, so you might need to unclamp your specs for a sec, sort of wiggle them, move them around a little bit, just to get those lines as central as they possibly can be against those circles at the back of the fissimeter. Okay, by doing that means that you can then read off the axis of this second set of lines, and again makes it more accurate. So we're just going to finish this off. So we know this is horizontal. Okay, so it's going to be something like 180, and that's what I've recorded on the answers, I think. So my first power, so obviously you couldn't see the actual power scales, okay, so I'm just going to have to tell you what they were. But my first power was a plus 0.75. My second power was a plus 175. And then my axis in this case was completely horizontal, so it was 180. Okay, so we're now going to look at that, and we're going to put that onto our answer sheet. So that's my reading. So plus 0.75 for my first power, plus 175 for the second power, 180 degrees for my axis. We need to put that into sphere sill form. So my sphere is going to become, so my first power is going to become the sphere. So the 0.75 just goes straight in. The axis goes straight in, so that's going to be 180. Obviously, the difference and the key to manual for symmetry here is that the sill isn't the value of the second power, it's the difference between the first and second power. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I don't need to labour the point on that, because your lecturers would have done a fantastic job of teaching you that already. But obviously, in this case, this means that I end up with a +1 sill, and that's what I'm going to put into my answers. Okay. So now what I would also have done before I finish that lens and move on to the left lens is, now I've centered it, I'm going to put my 3 red dots on it. So I'm going to mark up the optical center. So that typically is with a silver lever, which is sort of towards the top, typically on the right hand side of the decimeter, that you're going to push down, and that will put your 3 red dots onto the lens. And obviously we're going to use the middle red dots as our optical center point, which we're going to measure in a second. Okay. Now, again, the decimeters at the NRC are periodically re-inked, so you shouldn't have any issues that they shouldn't be marking. If you do, just let the examiner know, and there will be a spare pot of red ink in there so they can just refresh your ink if you need them to. Okay. So I've put my red dots on. I would now switch over onto the left lens, and I would repeat the process to get my left lens prescription, which we don't need to do today because we've already done the right lens. So what we then need to do is we need to look at so our optical center positions. So you can see now, so this is actually the left lens because it's face down. And you can see that my 3 red dots are on there. So at the moment, I'm looking at the vertical height position, okay? And obviously, I'm interested in that. I'm sorry, what I'm looking for is that in relation to the horizontal center line. So to get that, obviously, your normal routine is going to be just to make sure you've got the same reading. So using that vertical scale on the ruler, you've got the same measurement at the top and you have at the bottom. Now I know it doesn't look like it is in this case, but that's just the angle I had to have the camera when I was taking the picture to stop any reflections. So it is, I promise you, it is symmetrical. It is the same at the top and the same at the bottom. So what that means is that we're getting a reading of 4 below HCl, okay, on the left lens. Now, interestingly, on this particular set, which is a training set, the measurement for my right lens actually came out as 3 above. Okay, now you wouldn't normally expect that in real life unless it's a mistake. But again, this is, I suppose, it's just to flag that because some of these spectacles that we're using may have come from errors and things like that, you might get those sorts of examples. Okay, so don't be alarmed and think, oh, that can't possibly be right, I'm going to change one to match the other. Okay, it probably is. Okay, so please just record what you find. Don't question yourself too much. And then the final stage on this one is to measure our optical center distance. So obviously OC from right to the left. I've got my trusty ABDO rule here, and again I'm just measuring from the central red dot on the right lens to the central red dot on the left lens, and that comes out as 62 in this example. And that's it. So it is, again, pretty straightforward, but again, 15 minutes can be quite tight to get all of this information and get it done, depending on your confidence on the symmetry. Obviously, the more confident you are, the quicker you're going to be able to get this done. Okay. So, same as before. So, any questions come through, Miranda?
Sorry, Les, I was typing.
That's all right.
What's the tolerances on manual for symmetry?
They are tight. They're tighter than they are for lens measure. So they are 0.12, whereas for lens measure it was 0.25. So obviously, because you've got a decimeter, you are expected to be more accurate.
Thank
the
you.
tolerances for things like axis measurements and things would be the same as they are for British tolerances. So obviously, the higher the sill, the narrower the tolerance is going to be. Yeah.
Thank you. Does it have to be HCl or can we do from the rim?
It would be, I think
it's HCl on the form, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. The answers we've got are from HCl, yes. So I suppose theoretically, as long as you make it clear that if you're doing from bottom rim, you make that really clear, the examiner can check it manually to make sure, but it would be simpler if you could just do it from HCL. Yeah.
Sorry, just wondering, does it have to be can we do from RIM and tolerance on measurements? You've covered that, haven't you?
Yeah,
yes.
0-2.
And how much as a percentage do we need to pass each part or section?
So the whole section is 50%. Okay. So again, what you're aiming for is to get a minimum of 50% across all 3 activities. However, as I said at the start, so you might have missed that bit, if you do really badly on one section, you can get your required points across the other 2 and you can still pass. So when you get your results for this section, you will only get 1 mark, which will be for all 3. Okay, so as long as you get 50% or above, you've passed.
Lovely. I think that's it.
Fab. Cool. Okay, so we've got sort of half hour, 45 minutes left, and we're going to move on to hand neutralization. Okay, so obviously this one is I suppose deemed as being a more challenging activity in this section, okay, and that reflects in the amount of time you're going to have to do it. So A3 is toric lens hand neutralization. So we're going to hand neutralize a pair of spectacles with toric lenses, and we're going to locate the vertical position of the optical centers and the optical center distance. So it's basically the same activity as you did for A3, but you're not allowed to use a versimeter. Okay, so we're using trial lenses out of the trial set to neutralize the power to identify a prescription in a given pair of spectacles. All right, so this is, I think, challenging to most people. Okay, so it's not something that necessarily comes easy. And again, I'm going to talk you through sort of some of the key points and the routine that I would use when I'm doing this. Now, again, this is quite a challenging one, and what I'm going to say is that your lecturers or trainers or whoever have got you to this point are probably better at doing this than I am, and they probably know more about hand neutralization than I do. So if there's anything that you're not sure about, if it starts to become a bit confusing, don't panic. Okay, I'm more than happy to revisit anything in the time we've got available this morning. If you're still struggling with it at the end of today, best advice I can give you is to go back to your institution or your trainers or your lecturers, or go back to the materials they've given you, revisit those. Okay, same as with versimetry, there are multiple ways of doing it, and actually I'm going to show you my way, which is, well, we'll talk about that in a second. But if you've got your own way, please don't feel that you have to change your routine because of what I do. Okay, you've probably, as long as your routine works, that's all that matters, really, isn't it, at this point? Okay. So, as we said, you've got 30 minutes to complete this task. So, in the examination, you've now got to the halfway point. Okay, the examiner's there'll probably be an alarm that's going to go off. So the examiner's going to say, okay, so you've had your first 30 minutes. They're going to take in your answer sheets for A1 and A2. And then they're going to leave you A3 and the remainder of the time for the hour. So you've got another half an hour to complete A3. And that's all you're going to be doing. Okay, now obviously if you want to take the full 30 minutes and wait and stay until the end, absolutely, I would highly recommend that. Use all the time available to double check your answers as many times as you feel you want to. Okay, if you do finish it early, obviously you can leave early. You just need to sort of flag that to your examiner. However, our sort of typical standard response is always going to be, you've got X amount of time left. Do you want to double check anything? Okay, we have to say that to you just to make sure you're aware that once you walk out of that room, you can't go back in. All right, so just be mindful of that. What we don't want is that you've taken 10 minutes doing it when it's supposed to be half an hour. You've walked out and then you've realized, oh, I wish I'd done that, or I wish I'd done something else, or I wish I'd double checked it. Okay, so please utilize the time that's available would be my best advice to you. All right. So 30 minutes to complete this task, and you've got another 35 marks available for this. This is your answer sheet, okay? So again, same thing as before. So make sure you pop your candidate number in, your box set number, which is going to be the label on the inside of the side of your pair of spectacles you're looking at. Again, for hand neutralization, we would expect it to be a H something. So in this case, it's a H7. Just pop the venue down as the NRC and again the date you're sitting the exams. All right. So the answer sheet looks very, very similar, doesn't it, to the previous symmetry one, because we're capturing the same information. So basically, we've got a pair of glazed spectacles, single vision spectacles, which we know are torics. So we know we need to find the sphere still axis for the right and left. We need to find the vertical position, height position, and we need to find the optical center. This is distance. So we've covered a lot of this. So you've got 30 minutes. Again, same point. You see where I've copied and pasted. Have a routine that feels regular, familiar. Okay, especially for this, because again, most people find hand neutralization challenging. So the better your routine, the easier it's going to be for you on the day. Okay. You will have the trial set of lenses, a laminated cross. Marker pens are, again, they're available. The marker pens, not so much, they'll be available in the room. But again, you might want, if you can take your own, especially at the moment with COVID, that will be a better practice, yeah. But on your desk, you're gonna have your trial set, and you're gonna have a laminated cross prepared for you. All right. All of the trial sets we've got at the NRC are full aperture rather than partial aperture. So you've got sort of the widest trial lenses you can get to hopefully make it a little bit easier for you. All right. As I said at the start when we were talking about your desk setup, any lenses that you use, if you can leave them out of the case for cleaning by the examiner before being put back, okay? So leave them out, pop them into that little storage tub I pointed out earlier, pop them all in there. Now, if you have got some time left at the end and you've got nothing to do, feel free to give them a clean, but otherwise the examiner will do that before the next candidate starts, okay? So just please don't put them straight back into the trial set, because otherwise we have to empty every single lens out of that trial set to clean it and put them back, which isn't a nice task to do. And also another little tip is to use the trial lenses against the front surface of the specs, because we want to try and minimize the air gap which could result in an error in your measurements. Okay, so obviously we want the trial lenses to be as close to the specs as possible to get the most reliable results, and typically that would mean holding them against the front surface of the lens. So some points around the method, okay? So stick to one method of hand neutralizing. So again, there are various methods, but use the one that you're most confident with, okay? Now, what I'm going to show you is that I typically do it using +sil form, okay? So if that's the way you've already been shown, brilliant. Hopefully this is going to match up and make sense. If this isn't the way you've shown, again, just be mindful that don't necessarily change what you do just because this is how I would do it, okay? As long as your routine works, that's all that matters. All right. And the golden rules around hand neutralization are to follow the steps, which we're going to talk about in a second, to use a distant object when you can. All right. So obviously we're going to start looking at how lines or crosses are moving in relation to the lens or the spectacles that you're looking through. All right. Now, the more you can use a distant object means that the more exaggerated those movements are, which makes them easier to identify, and it ultimately is going to make your life easier. Okay, so we've provided a laminated cross for you to use, which you can prop up against the lid of the trial case. and obviously use that as much as you want to. But obviously best practice is going to be, if you can use things that are further away, that is going to make it probably easier for you to be more accurate. So there are door frames, there are sort of massive square TVs on the walls in the NRC and that sort of thing. So there should be plenty of things that you can find where you've got a straight edge that you can compare, or you can look at through the pair of spectacles. All right. And unfortunately, the main key for hand neutralization is to practice. I know we've said this repeatedly before, but this is really one of the things that you can't do it enough before the day of the examination. Obviously, once you've done it and once you've passed it, you may never do it again, but obviously that's completely up to you. But again, it is a brilliant skill of a dispensing optician to be able to find the prescription of a pair of spectacles without the need of a photometer. So I know especially some optometrists out there that do this religiously, because they've now done it for so long, they become so quick and so competent at doing it. Personally, I'd rather check it on oximeter, but that's an individual preference. Okie doke. So the steps are, and again, hopefully this will be familiar to what you've learned at your institution. So step 1 is to mark the plus sill axis. Step 2 is to neutralize the sphere. Step 3 is to neutralize the sill, and then step 4 is to measure the axis. So now we're just going to look at this for a second, because this is almost like the key principle of hand neutralization before we start looking at the actual steps involved. Okay, so try not to get this particular part confused with what we're about to talk about as regards to the steps, but this is just useful to sort of almost set the scene around what we're looking for. Okay, and remember, what we're trying to do is we're trying to find the prescription in a pair of specs, single vision specs, using trial lenses. And obviously the concept of neutralizing that is that we're using the opposite powered trial lenses against the power of the specs that we're looking at. Okay, so in the example, oh yeah, sorry, yeah,
sorry, can you go back to the step?
Yeah,
is that
of
on
course.
your previous slide? Someone's just asked.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
Just give a minute.
They probably just want time to write it down, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
fine. No, it's fine. Hold there for a sec. So again, just to read, and we're going to talk through individually in a second anyway. Neutralize the sphere. We're then going to neutralize the sill, and we're going to measure the axis.
Thank you. I think that's great. That's done.
Yeah, fine. That's cool. Fab.
Thank you.
Lovely. So I've got a couple of little videos here. So where I was, so in the example I'm about to show you, the spectacles that I'm neutralizing are plus powered. Okay, so I'm going to be using minus powered trial lenses to neutralize that. All right, now the key for hand neutralization, especially when it comes to recording your results, is always to remember that. Okay, because if I've used a -1 trial lens to neutralize my sphere, that's telling me that my sphere is a +1. Okay, so remember, the end result of this is that we want the power of the spectacle lenses. We don't want the power of the trial lenses that you're using to get to that. Okay, so please always have that in the back of your mind around when you're recording your results. So what these little videos show you is just the basic principle, the key principle of hand neutralization, in the fact that how do things move in comparison, so between a minus lens and a plus lens. Okay, so if we look at the first one on the left hand side, so this is showing us a minus lens. All right, now you can also, you can guess that really, because you've got the minification effect that we would expect to see when we're looking through the lens versus the surrounding picture. We can see that those lines are smaller and minified versus normal. So that is telling us that that is a minus lens anyway, okay? But when we start to move that trial lens, so I'm moving it up and down. So if you focus your attention on the horizontal line, I'm trying to play that. I'm going to play it a couple of times, okay? So I'm sorry if I'm labouring the point, but I think these one of the things that's worth spending a bit of time on. So focus your attention on the horizontal line. So you've got the cross behind it, horizontal line, okay? So as I move that trial lens, oh, where's my cursor gone? Right. As I move that trial lens, as I move it down, you can see the horizontal line is moving down with it. As I move it up, it's moving up with it. Okay. So we would say that's got with movement. All right. So whichever way the trial lens is going, that line is matching it. Okay. Obviously, it's moving like less significantly. Yeah, it's not moving as quickly or as much as the lens is, but you can see there is movement there. So as I move down, it's moving down. As I move up, it's moving up. There you go, there you go. So that's with movement, okay, and that's what we would expect to see with a minus lens. All right, so with movement is minus. All right. So, and obviously what I was saying before around if you use something further away, if you're looking at a cross or a line further away, now again, in this instance, because I'm moving up and down, I'm paying attention to a horizontal line. So what I want is a horizontal line to be looking at. But if you look at something further away, that movement would become more exaggerated. Okay, so that's why it would make it easier for you to see that when you're looking at a distant object versus a nearer object. All right. So let's now look at a plus lens. So this is the opposite. So again, you've got some hints here because the image is magnified versus minified. So that's telling us this is a plus lens to start with, really. And again, when I play the video, so you can see, again, paying attention to the horizontal line, when I move it down, the line moves up. And when I move it up, the line moves down. Okay, so that's producing against movement. So that is telling us that this is a positive lens. Okay, so with is minus, against is plus. That's the key thing to remember. And when we start talking about scissors movement in a second, same rule applies. Okay, with movement is minus, against movement is plus. So let's move on. So we're now at step one. Okay, so this is the routine for neutralizing a spectacle lens. So step one is to find the plus sil axis and mark. Now, my little video is going to show you. So I'm holding my lens in front of the cross, and you can see that as I move it, those lines are skewing to create our scissors movement. Okay. Now, this is the bit that I think people can often get a bit baffled by, all right? Because what we're looking for is, so one of those lines is going to create a against movement, and the other one is going to create a with movement, all right? Because one meridian is more positive than the other, okay? So that's what we're looking for. So our step is to find the plus sil axis and mark. So if we want a plus sil axis, to go back a step, if we're looking for something that's plus, we're expecting an against movement. Okay, that's what we're looking for. Let's go back to this video. So as I pop it in front, all right, now let's stop there for a sec. Okay, so as I rotate this pair of spectacles, now again, we'll play this a couple of times. As I rotate it, what we're looking at is, let's look at each line individually. So if we look at the vertical line, okay, as I rotate, so I'm rotating it, hold on, let's go the other way. There we go. So I'm now rotating it clockwise. Oh, sorry, start again. Right, so I'm rotating, so that's anti-clockwise. Now I'm about to go clockwise, and you can see that the vertical line has broken and has gone the other way. Okay, so I'm rotating the spectacles clockwise, but the line has moved anti-clockwise. So that is showing me an against movement. So that is probably the line that I'm going to be interested in. All right, let's look at the other line just in comparison to that. So I'll put back to the beginning. So let's look at so pay your attention to the horizontal line this time. Okay, so as I move it anti-clockwise, the line was moving anti-clockwise. It was going back into its like sort of what the position it's supposed to be in. Okay, as I move it clockwise, it's moving with it, not against it. Yeah, so the horizontal line is my with movement. So that's my negative meridian. Okay, so just to add some words into that then. So look for the line. So we're looking for the line which is moving against scissors. So that's the plus sil. So in this case, the vertical line is my against, the horizontal line is with. So now I know that typically, probably when you're taught this, you're taught to mark up both lines and then remove the one you don't want. Typically, I don't tend to do that. I just mark up the one that I'm interested in. Okay, so what I'd be doing now is I keep moving my cursor, but I don't think you can actually see my cursor. Can I make it? Oh, well done. Oh, I don't think I meant to do that. Oops. Okay, back. That's what I want. Pointer. There we go. So, so this is the line that I'm interested in. So this is our plus sil, okay, and then this is the line that I'm not interested in. All right. So what I'm now going to do, so and actually where I started the video earlier is actually better. So if I go back to the beginning, because when I hold it in front, if I hold it there, it moves to a picture anyway, never mind. But what I'm basically doing is to be able to mark up that positive sil axis, what I would do is I'm basically holding the glasses in front of the cross in the position where the cross looks normal. All right, so we want it to be as normal as possible. And then what I'm going to do is, because I'm interested in the vertical line, I've put a little black mark at the top, a little black mark at the bottom, and then I've also marked on the optical center. All right. Now, what you've probably been taught is that you would also draw on the horizontal lines or the edges, okay, but then you would remove them later. So I've just sort of skipped a step. All right, but what I have done is I've put on a little A to tell me that that's where the against movement is, because that's telling me that this is my plus sil. Okay, so I'm hoping you're all still with me on this. So we can move on to step 2. Okay, so basically we want to neutralize the sphere. Now, so what our description says is we want to hold the spec cleanse with the markings vertically. So the markings that we've just put on, we want to hold them vertically. Okay, we're going to move the lens up and down, and we're observing the horizontal line. Okay, so again, we're expecting, so if there's positive power, we're expecting against movement. There's negative power, we're expecting with movement. So in this case, because this is a plus lens, we'll be expecting against movement as I move the specs. Okay. Neutralize according to the direction and the amount of movement. Okay, so the direction is telling me against or with. So is it plus or is it minus? So I know that this lens is plus, so I'm going to be using minus lenses to neutralize that power. All right. As regards to the amount, this is now where you need to use your best judgment. And again, it becomes a matter of trial and error, doesn't it? So obviously, the bigger the movement, the higher the power is going to be. Okay, so obviously you have to decide where is going to be your starting point. So are you going to start at a -1? Are you going to start at -2 or -4, -6? It's up to you. Yeah, you need to start somewhere. Okay, and then you're basically going to narrow it down from there. So now in this instance, I started with a -1, and actually -1 was right. So, but let's say if I started at a -0.50, okay, so what would be happening is, so my lens is a +1. If I've got a -0.50 trial lens in there, I've still got +0.50 of power that's not being neutralized. Okay, so when I'm even with holding the trial lens in front, I would still be seeing some against movement because I've not fully neutralized it. All right. Whereas if I'd gone too far, so let's say I started with a -2, I would hold the trial lens in front and I would move it up and down. So I'm looking at the movement of the horizontal line. So whereas I would have been starting, so without a trial lens at all, I would have been seeing against movement. If I put a -2 trial lens in front, I would actually end up with movement because I've over neutralized it. So I've actually then got -1 of power that I haven't done anything with. Okay, so it would switch to the other. Okay, and that would be my indication that I've gone too far. And actually, I need to come down a couple of steps. All right. So in this instance, I got it right, and it was I used a -1 lens to neutralize a +1. Okay, but let me show you this video now. What I didn't do right here was that I wasn't holding this lens vertically, so those black lines should have been completely vertical. All right, they're not far off, but they should have been more vertical than that. So let's just watch that a couple of times. So what we're interested in, okay, is horizontal line. How much is that moving? Okay, and actually, what's good here is that you can see the outer edge of the original lens. All right, and what that's showing is the movement that was there originally. Okay, and then I've neutralized that movement with my lens. So actually, the horizontal line isn't moving when you look through that. The outer part is on the original lens. We're still getting movement on the vertical. Don't worry about that. We're going to look at that in a second. We're only interested in the horizontal. So we're moving it up and down. We're interested in the horizontal line and how much that is moving. So if I've neutralized it properly, okay, and again, it's trial and error. If I've neutralized it properly, I would be expecting there to be no movement of that horizontal line. Okay, I'm hoping you're cool with that and that makes sense. So I was just going to play it one more time. So what I would have jotted down is that, or again, you would look at your combination of lenses at the end, is that I've used a -1 trial lens to neutralize it. So that means that my sphere is +1. That's what I'm going to record in my results. Okay. So we now need to look at finding the sill power. So, keeping the neutralizing sphere in place. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit tricky because you're holding multiple lenses in front of the spectacles. All right, so keeping the neutralizing sphere in place, move lens. So we're now going to move it side to side, and we're looking at the movement of the vertical line because we've neutralized the horizontal line. Okay. So we're estimating the remaining movement. Okay, so again, we're expecting it to be against movement, and we know that because we're working in plus sill. So we're expecting, also we know this sill is more positive than the sphere, so we're expecting it to be against movement. Place the estimated minus sill onto the current lens with the sill axis vertical. Okay, move the combination left to right to neutralize, and then record the sill power. So again, that's what my video is going to show. And sort of the step I've missed is that I should have showed you what it was like before, rather than just with the lenses. So this time at least I'm doing it properly. So I've held it vertical. Okay, so you can see I've got a sill trial lens, because that lens has also got markings on it. Yeah, so everything's in line. So we've got my against movement lines vertically, and then my -1 sphere is at the back, so it's the closest to the spectacle. And then in this instance, I've got a -150 sill that I'm also holding vertically. So the challenge here is to hold the sill in the right direction. Okay, let me just play that back. So we're moving side to side this time. So whereas we were moving up and down before. Okay, and again, if this is neutralized, so there's me up and down, we were fine with that anyway. There's my side to side. Okay, and again, you can see when I do it side to side, I'll play it again in a sec. If you look around the edges of the spectacle lens, so around the trial lens, you can see how much movement there was originally versus the now static image that we've got in the center. And ultimately, that's what you're looking for, is that if it's neutralized properly, so if the two lenses are correct powers, there shouldn't be any movement in any direction. Okay, so your horizontal line will remain static, vertical line will remain static. I'm just going to play it another time for you. So me up and down, you can see the movements at the edge, but not in the center. So it is static. So it's telling me that I've neutralized the power. Okay. So we're going to record the sill power. Okay, now I was using a -150 cylinder, so that's going to become a +150 sill power on my final prescription. So our step 4. So we need to measure the axis. Okay, so again, all we need to do is look at the markings we've got on there against the ruler. Okay, now we need to specifically use the Norville setting chart for this, which is why it's been supplied for you, because it's reverse to our normal 0 to 360 notation. Okay, so you can see from this, basically a protractor, the black scale around the outside is the correct axis measurements, isn't it? So we'd expect 0 to be on the right and then 180 on the left. All right. However, we can't put the spectacles down onto that scale the correct way round, because they should be facing us as if the patient were wearing them. Okay, because the sides are going to get in the way. So we'd have to fold them down, and we still wouldn't be able to see properly. So this scale is deliberately the wrong way round. So it takes into account that you're putting the glasses face down rather than face up, is the ideal way of reading it. So we put them face down, okay, and I've put a nice big yellow line across through it to sort of help you to identify it. But what we're basically looking at is the red scale, all right. And obviously, if we've lined it up properly, we should have the same number at either edge. So in this case, we've ended up with 55 degrees. And again, and that's what I'm going to capture on my answers. So I'm just going to come back to that in a second. So that's what I've put down so far onto the answer sheet. So now, if you remember, and again, this is where your blank paper is going to become most useful, because you're going to have, at this point, you're going to have probably dozens of trial lenses scattered across the desk, okay? And what you want to capture is the power of the lenses that you've used in that combination to neutralize your spectacle lens, okay? So on my scrap paper, I'd be writing down something like sphere -1 trial or something like that, and then sill -150 trial. So when I then put that into the prescription, I know that I need to change those powers. So I know that my sphere is going to become +1, my cilies are going to become +150, okay? And as we just showed, my axis is coming out at 55, which I've popped on there. Final thing, so we need to measure our centers, so vertical heights and horizontal OCs, okay? So I've got a couple of pictures for you. Now, ignore the fact that these have got red dots on, but it's the black cross that we're interested in, okay? And again, what that picture on the left is showing is that we've got a measurement, so a vertical height of 3 above HCl, okay? So again, so I suppose the same for that question that was asked earlier. If you wanted to write it from the bottom room, you could, but the model answers we have are against HCl. So if you can do it that way, that would make things simpler. But you wouldn't be marked down. If you did it the other way, you wouldn't be marked as incorrect. It would just be a manual check that's required. Okay, so 3 above HCl for our vertical heights, and then for our horizontal position. So again, because these are face down, that is the right lens that we're looking at. So on the right hand side of the screen, so the horizontal, that's the right lens. The black cross is at 31. Okay, so again, we're looking at the horizontal scale here versus the vertical scale on the other picture. All right, so 31. And again, what I would do, so what I've done in my answers is that I've put, so for the right lens, vertical position, actually, yeah, that's right, yeah. Vertical position is 3 above. Then my optical center distance, because I've only captured the right measurement so far, I've just put that down as 31 plus, and then I obviously add in my left side measurement, okay? I mean, there's nothing stopping you writing the optical center monocularly, but the fact it's one big box rather than separated into 2 is telling us that we need an overall OC distance. We're not interested in monocular. So just finish it off properly. So if I had 30 on the left, I would then just put an equals and 61. Okay, just to be really obvious as to what the examiner is looking for. The alternative is just write those numbers on a piece of scrap paper and then add them together and then just add the total onto the form. Okay, so again, the box is set out deliberately to tell you that that's what we're looking for. Oh, okay, so I'm sort of dreading asking this now. Are there any questions, Miranda? Miranda, are you there?
I am there. I'm really sorry. I answered a phone call.
That's all right, don't worry.
Okay, someone's just asked, how do you know which trial lenses to start with, or would we just increase by 0.25 each time?
Yeah, pretty much. It like I said, it is trial and error. Obviously, the bigger the movement, the stronger the power is going to be. Okay, so you should be able to get a gauge of, so because if you're talking like this is in the plus or minus 6s, you don't want to start at a 1 and then move your way up 0.25 because you'll be there for days. So but you should be able to get a sense of that. So the bigger the movement, the stronger the power is, so the higher you need to start on your opposite scale of trial lenses. Just again, keep that in the back of your mind. I know I keep saying it constantly, but you're always using the opposite power to neutralize that, obviously to find the prescription. Yes, so yeah, but then I think once you choose a starting point, yeah, just sort of go up or down in I'd probably go 0.50 steps maybe, and then when I'm sort of trying to fine tune it, then I would go down to my 0.25 steps.
Brilliant, thank you. Someone's asked.
Tolerance.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah.
No, go on.
I was just going to say the tolerance for this is 0.25. Okay, so again, you've got a wider tolerance than you do for symmetry. So same tolerance as it was for lens measure.
Someone's asked, where do all the marks in the different sections come from? So I think I can do this one. Are some things worth more marks than others? Generally, we try and keep the marks fairly even across the sections. If there's things like measuring PDs and centration distances, which are fairly relevant and fairly important. If you get them wrong, then the marks may be weighted in that direction, but generally it's small marks across the board. And then someone's asked you, Les, can this be done in 30 minutes? Can you?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely. And again, typically, a lot of students typically take the full amount of time, but I think again, I think it's just because they double check themselves and they want to utilize the time they've got. There are some students that finish this section early and they leave, so it can be done in 30 minutes, definitely, as long as you've got a good routine. And again, that's the key, is if you've practiced it beforehand, you've got a good routine, it's gonna make you quick in the exam. Yeah. One of the things that I didn't say earlier around sort of handling the spectacles and the lenses and things like that, because it can be quite tricky, is that you might want to consider having your cross flat on the table and you're looking down rather than looking ahead. So you'll need to stand up at your desk and then look down rather than sitting and looking ahead. That again, that's something that some people find a little bit easier, and you're more than free to do that. If you prefer to stand rather than sit, you absolutely can do that.
Okay, so I've got, can you get part marks? So get OCs correct, but not a power, and still get some marks. So basically, yeah, I can do that one, Les. The if you get something right, you get the marks for it. So yes, anything you mark correctly will be marked correctly. So you can score marks for all of your correct answers. We don't do negative marking, so you don't lose marks if you get something wrong. You just achieve what you achieve. I think that's it. Any further questions before we go into a coffee break? Les, that was amazing.
Yeah. Cool. I've just got one more slide to share with you. So again, this is just a bit of a top tips. So please remember, and I know my colleagues that you're going to see for the rest of today are going to say this as well, we are absolutely there to help you as much as we possibly can without giving you the answers. Okay, so don't be scared of us. Try and keep your nerves as sort of tame as you can. Okay, we really do want you to pass. We're not trying to catch you out. There's no trick questions, but just stay calm, because the reason that some students fail, the most common reason some students don't pass particular sections, is probably because of nerves or like silly mistakes. They put things in the wrong box or and that sort of thing. Okay, so again, have a routine that is really going to help you. Plan your time. If you have time left over, double and triple check it before you leave. Once we let you go, you can't come back into the room. Okay, so just don't just utilize the time you've got, and for each section, bring the equipment that you prefer to use. Okay, so rulers, marker pens, all that sort of stuff. Again, there will be things available if you've forgotten them or if you haven't got them, but try and bring the things that you're used to using. Again, it's going to make it easier for you on the day. Okay, apart from a versimeter, like Miranda said, please don't bring a versimeter with you, or we've got them there, believe me. Okay, and then final thing for me is just good luck. I hope it goes really well for you all.
Thank you very much, Les. That was amazing. All the videos are really, really helpful on that section. Thank you. So as I said at the very, very beginning, some of you might not have been around when that was done. Please could you log out now for your coffee break or your tea coffee break, and then we will restart the session just before 11 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, Les.
Best of luck, everyone.
Okay, so it's 11 o'clock. I think most people have logged back in. Same as before, everyone, it's a very, very informal training session. So please, if you have any questions, please use all the examiner's advice throughout today, and I'll try and answer what I can, or I'll interrupt the examiner while they're talking and ask the question for you. But I will hand over to Daryl Newsom, who is a practice owner and ABDO examiner, and our Vice President as well for ABDO. So over to you. Thanks, Daryl.
Thank you, Miranda. So good morning, everybody. Are you going to, I need to move you in my screen now. Miranda's gone. I'm not going to stay on screen for long because the stuff that you need to see is behind me. I just thought it's nice to put a face to a voice that you're going to be listening to for about 90 minutes. Let me see if I can just turn this camera off. Oh, didn't want to. Fantastic. So we're going to talk first of all about frame measurements, and then we're going to move on to frame materials and construction. So sections B1 and B2. Now my PowerPoint doesn't work. There we go. So section B1, as an overview, you have 3 frames to measure. You sit down at the desk, same as you do in section A. There'll be a plastic tray there with 3 frames in, 1 regular bridge frame, 1 fixed pad bridge frame, and 1 frame with pads on arms. Of course, the frame with pads on arms is most likely to be metal, but we have frames with pads on arms in practice these days that are plastic, so not necessarily so. It's a 30-minute exam. You've got 3 frames, so logic says about 9 minutes per frame and 3 minutes at the end to double check anything. The answer form that we use in this section pretty much asks you what you need to do. So take guidance from the blacked out sections of the paperwork. This is really important because, for example, the distance between rims at 10 and 15, you don't measure on a fixed pad bridge frame or a frame with pads on arms. So where it's blacked out, you don't need to do it. It would do you no harm to spend a few minutes in practice this week, making sure you can differentiate between a regular bridge frame, which are quite rare, and a fixed pad bridge frame. For institutes in their education system, I have seen them take a fixed pad bridge frame and literally just file the pads off to make a regular bridge sample. That's effectively what they do to create regular bridges because they are so uncommon. Obviously, the standard frame rules are used. We prefer to use, let me just see if I can get my little laser pointer. There we go. We obviously prefer to use the ABDO rule. This is designed for the job. There are previous incarnations and other institutes that have created these things. There's no wrong ruler. It's the right measurements we're looking for. Now, the system we use in the UK is the boxed lens system. Now, this is really, really important. The clue's in the name. We draw a box around the lens and measure the lens. So the complication with this, of course, is for full rim frames. We have a bevel edge, and the depth of the bevel will make a difference to the width of that lens. So when you're looking at your frame front, there's part of you has to estimate how deep that groove has got to be. Now you'll notice lines on this. We have a parallel line across the top of the lens, parallel lines going across the extreme tangents, so the widest points. And we have the A measurement here, the B measurement here, and then the bridge width or distance between lenses. I've tried to use for my examples here a transparent frame so you can see through the frame to where the edge of the lens would sit. It's not perfect, but you can see here that you're measuring from this extreme point of the lens to this extreme point of the lens, and then from this extreme point to this to get the eye size and DBL. If we quickly go back to the paperwork, we have horizontal and vertical measurements for all lenses. The distance between lenses, and then the box center distance. Now the box center distance by definition has got to be the eye size plus the DBL. And if it's different, if you try and measure it and it's different, then one of them is a ray. I would encourage you to add those 2 numbers together to get your answer for the third one. And then please try and remember, this is this is something that particularly gets me going. These measurements relate to facial measurements. So when we measure the distance between rims, on a facial measurement, this translates then to a frame measurement. So when you're measuring the frame, we put the crest onto the horizontal center line, the very edge of the rim on the line that's 10 millimeters below the horizontal center line, and then read off on here what the distance between the rims is at 10 millimeters. And the relevance of that is if you were making the frame, or if you were trying to match a frame to an individual patient, this measurement that measures the distance between the rims. So when you're doing this one, we've got the crest here, and then the box here, making the 10 millimeter box. And then we're transferring that to the frame. And if those two measurements are the same on the face and the frame, there's a good chance it's going to fit. If you are making a frame, of course, that's your starting point. And then we do the same thing at 15 millimeters. So we have the same point, the crest, peak of the crest on the horizontal center line, the very edge of the frame at the 0 mark on the scale 15 millimeters below the horizontal center line. And then we're reading off here, that's 10, 15, that's 20 millimeters. So this one's reading about 22 millimeters. And then the next measurement for the facial measurement, this has got to be an easy measurement to take. The radius, the apical radius of the nose. And we then transfer that to a frame measurement. And you can see here that the 7 millimeter radius here is absolutely in line with our frame. So this frame has an apical radius of 7 millimeters. This young lady has an apical radius of about 8 millimeters. So if we put this frame onto that lady's face, the crest probably wouldn't touch, and the edges would touch at the side and lift the crest off the crest of the nose, if you can imagine that being a little bit tight on there. And that's the relevance of this. That's the whole importance, is that the frame is being made to fit a human. It's a particular human. A bridge projection as a facial measurement is always difficult to do. It's a difficult measurement to take. This young lady has a lovely long eyelashes, so it makes it a little bit easier. And doing this live, as Jerry will do later, is a bit easier. When it transfers then to a frame measurement, what's actually going on here is that we have a bump in the bridge here, which moves. So if this bump was flat, that would move the spectacles forwards on the face. If this bump was much deeper, the spectacle lenses could fit in closer to the face. So we're positioning the distance from the face by using the projection and the projection of the bridge. The importance of this is to stop eyelashes touching the back of the lens in an ideal situation. If we look at these lovely long eyelashes, depending on the projection, that could be quite difficult to do. And indeed, in practice, we routinely see people who get eyelashes on the back of the lens causing smears, and we hear that complaint. Now, there is a way of modifying the frame by building up that projection and making the frame fit further forwards, but most people aren't interested in doing that. The only other thing you could do then would be change the base curve of the lens, which of course would have optical impact. So getting the frame fitting right is probably the easiest way of doing it. Again, the crest height, we measure from the bearing surface of the spectacles. So when we're doing facial measurements, you do them in such a way as you're going to make a frame. The crest height for this young lady here, you can see is about 8 millimeters. And then when we transfer this to the spectacle frame, the horizontal center line, the frame is put on HCL, the bridge is put on the center line, and you literally measure from the position of the horizontal center line to the top of the bridge, to the crest of the bridge. Now this gives us the crest height. And of course, think about changing this. If we made the crest height 3 millimeters, the spectacle frame would suddenly fit a lot higher up, it would push it up, and vice versa. So what we're trying to achieve, and this is a holistic approach to frame measurements, and it's important that you get this, that the measurements you're taking is to make the spectacles fit as optimally as possible. Making the crest height as a starting point, we try and put the crest in such a position as the horizontal center line of the frame. And I would encourage any of you to go back into practice and look at somebody's spectacles that you think fit well, and take the frame off and mark the horizontal center line and put them back on their face. And honestly, it's incredibly, you know the frame fits well, but you can't quite say why. As a general rule, what you're trying to achieve is to get the horizontal center line across the lower eyelid. And that's the relevance of this measurement. Now, this is a starting point for a handmade frame, and it's only the beginning of what you could do. So one of the things that we have to worry about is if you try to do that with, say, a half eye, that wouldn't be particularly useful in creating a well-fitting spectacle frame. So depending on what you're making, depends on whether or not you would put the horizontal center line across the lower eyelid. You might decide to put it somewhere else. But this is a starting point. This is to get the understanding of why you're taking these measurements and how they impact on the spectacle fitting. And that may need to be modified depending on what you're doing later on. The angle of side, and everybody has a bugbear about this, the angle of side and the pantoscopic angle relate to each other, but they are not one and the same thing. So when you measure the angle of side on a frame, the frame front is put parallel to the edge of the ruler. You can see the scale through this frame, and you can see that that's the 10-degree line, that's the 5-degree line, and the center line of this side, which rather handily has a metal reinforcement in it, you can see is not as much as 5 degrees, but it's not straight either. So I would estimate this to be about 3.5, maybe 4 degrees. There are tolerances within the exam, and where you find that the angles to be measured are difficult, you will find that the tolerances are greater. We all have had to do this. We all understand sometimes it's not quite as black and white. One of the things to notice in this particular frame is that that metal side, that metal reinforcement, goes down the middle of the side, which is really handy for this measurement. But when it goes round to the angle of drop, it deviates from the center, and you can no longer use the metal reinforcement to estimate where the middle of that drop is. So the angle of side there's about 4 degrees. The length to bend, and this is one of those incidents where you can disagree over where the bend is and where you're measuring to. The beginning of the measurement, the dowel point, is where the screw goes through the side. That's black and white. Where the bend is, where we decide, okay, it's at that point that we say this is where the length to bend is measured to, is almost an opinion. But we find that when we sit down, and this happens routinely in examinations, we'll sit down with half a dozen examiners in a room and measure a frame or measure a face. And whilst we might have disagreement at a very superficial level, we usually all in tolerance what we eventually agree to be the correct answer. And that's how examination on this. We check, and triple check each other's work to make sure that what you get is a fair exam. And of course, from the same point, you then measure the length of drop. The overall length of side would be the length to bend plus the length of drop, which would be a little bit longer than this arrow would indicate. If you straightened this side out, I would suggest that it would be a little bit longer than just to there. On your frame rule, if you notice on the back of the ABDO rule, we have this diagram of the bend on a side. So you position the frame side on the ruler at this point to get the drop, to get your bend positioned in such a way as that's where you're going to measure from. And then the dowel point can be seen here. There's a nice blue arrow going right to where the screw is, and that's where you measure to. And in this case, we're going about 104 millimeters. And that's the sort of accuracy. Write what you see, you won't be far out. Now the bridge width line, you will see on the ABDO rule, we have it well identified, the bridge width line. If you've got a ruler in front of you, look at it now, it's 5 millimeters below the horizontal center line. So the bridge width, the frame is put onto horizontal center line again. And then, like measuring your distance between rims at 10 and 15, you move the 0 point to the bridge width line and you measure across here. The bridge height is again the crest height plus 5 millimeters. So the bridge height is actually the crest height, but measured from the bridge width line, which we've already said is 5 millimeters below the horizontal center line. So the bridge height could be recorded as the crest height plus 5 millimeters. But it's just as easy to measure it. And then the distance between pads. Now, there's many ways of measuring the distance between pads. If you're just going to use a frame gauge, such as this one, you're going to you're not guessing, because you can see where the center of that pad is, and you can see where the center of that pad is, but you can't actually get the ruler into that gap. On the day of your examination, there will be many rulers lying around on the desk, and one of the rulers may well be a back vertex device, a back vertex gauge. Now, the back vertex gauge is designed to measure the distance from the back of the spectacle lens to the front surface of the cornea, but it is actually a really handy little tool for getting into this gap here. And if you have one available, it's not cheating. You could use one in practice. If you had a back vertex caliper in practice, you could easily use it to take this measurement. And in your examinations, if you have one available, and there probably will be one on the desk, it's not cheating using it. You're taking the correct measurement, you'll get it accurate. Now, I can't tell you how many times in my life somebody has said, which is the splay angle and which is the frontal angle. And the splay angle is the splay of the nose. You can see on the facial measurement, so we're measuring how far this nose flattens out and going towards the eye. On a frame, this should then translate to a splay of the pad, so that the pad, when it was sitting on the face, would distribute its weight over the largest surface area, which will then reduce the pressure and therefore enhance the comfort of the spectacles. As you can see here, when you put the pad onto your ruler, pads on most frames these days, and probably always, are slightly curved. So you have to estimate the center of that curvature, just as you have to, there's no estimate with the measurement of the facial gauge, so long as the nose can accommodate this bit, which we call the tiller. On here, you've got to guess where the midline of that curve is, and then again, you're estimating where the center line of the lens groove is, because this groove is also going to be slightly curved to accommodate a slightly curved spectacle lens. There's got to be a midline there. And again, where it is difficult, where it is open to interpretation, the tolerances will accommodate that. And we would say that so long as you're within tolerance, then your estimation or your measurements are A, they're accurate, and B, they're useful. So on here, we can see again, that's 10 degrees, that's 5 degrees. The splay angle there is about right. This frame is not sat along the 0 line here. I would say that the splay angle on here is about 5 degrees. And then the frontal angle, and again, this is something that when you're taking facial measurements, I would always encourage you to look at the face, and at this time before your examinations, it would not waste any time at all to look at people's faces in much more detail and start estimating frontal angles and splay angles, and then measure them and see how close you can get with an estimation. And I promise you, there's two benefits to this. One is that if the scale that you've read off is an inverted scale and you've got a ridiculous measurement, it will highlight the fact that this young lady's splay angle is going to be 15, 20 degrees. You can see this from the nose. When you measure the face, and if you got a reading of 60 degrees, you would look back at the nose and think, no, that's not right. Let's go back and try that again. Maybe you misread the scale or made a silly mistake. On a frame, there's a little bit of estimation, experience. It's not an estimate because if you do this frequently enough, you become accurate at it. But experience is the only thing that's going to help you do this on a ruler. And what you're trying to see here is when you put the frame on the ruler and slide it up and down, at some point, these lines become parallel to the side of the frame. Doesn't matter where it is, this way. So you can move it up and down as much as you like until you get these lines parallel to the edge of the frame. And at that point, you can record a frontal angle of about 20 degrees, which would be really handy for this young lady because her frontal angle is about 20 degrees. And it's really essential that you get that transfer of information from one to the other. Again, with this system, you're doing it on a ruler, and I hope you all go back into practice, or you're sat at home now with your rulers and a frame and practicing this and looking to see where it is. If, however, you're really struggling with that system, one of the things that I've found an interesting test on how accurate you've been taking the measurements is put the frame onto a piece of paper and draw the bridge. I drew the top part of this as well, that's not essential. You draw the bridge and then take the frame away and draw these lines which go along the edge of the frame. And you can see that those are really, really accurate and easy to measure with a standard protractor. So you can measure your frame and then do this and check you've got it right. So in your practice, as you're getting ready for your examination, as you're preparing, you could double check your own work this way. In the exam, you can use either system. This is not cheating. It's something you can do in practice. And if you find that useful, use it. If you find that it's a really good and consistent way of checking your accuracy, which I think it is, and therefore your accuracy should improve, and maybe you don't need to do this in your exam, maybe you can just measure the frame. The length of drop, again, we've got to go back to where is the bend and decide that the bend is at this point, and then you measure from the bend to the tip of the drop, and that is the length of drop. Fairly straightforward, but not one that you take, not a measurement that you take very frequently. And it's interesting in practice when you see, particularly on metal frames where you can shorten the size with relative ease. If this length of drop is greater than the size of the ear, you start getting the earring effect and seeing the frame sticking at the bottom. I don't particularly like that in practice. I think we should shorten the side accordingly. Obviously, with plastic sides, that's sometimes a little bit more difficult to do. If it's important to do it, you can send it to a workshop, a repairs workshop. Will actually cut the plastic here, not down here. They'll cut the plastic down here, take a section of plastic out, shorten the reinforcement and slide that plastic back on. And in this case, it's an acetate frame. You could then run a little bit of acetone around the connection, file it and polish it, and you probably wouldn't even be able to see the connection. Now that's something that I know is done in repair workshops. I do it in practice for myself. I think that's something that's a normal basic dispensing skill. So one of the things you could also think of doing in practice is getting some old sides. And we've all got stock that we know is never going to sell. If you could find a plastic side and do that, it might give you the confidence to do it to somebody's spectacles when the sides are too long. Total length of side has to be the length to bend plus the length of drop. Again, I don't see any mileage or benefit in trying to measure that, measure both and then add them together. Now, this is one of those easy to make a silly mistake. So the downward angle of drop, the side is put on the edge of your ruler. If you're using an ABDO ruler, it's right next to the apical radius. If this side had 0 angle of drop, it would be straight. It would carry on over here. So if it had 10 degrees, it'd be here. So you can see this one's coming down to about 30 degrees, probably 35, because as I said earlier, that reinforcement isn't central. So it's more like down here. But if you notice, if it was an extreme angle of drop, this scale goes 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 20. Now that's clearly not 20 degrees. If it was down here, you would be recording 70 degrees. But this scale is for the angle of side. And because it switches from one to the other, every now and then you see somebody make that schoolboy error of reading the number that's on the ruler, even though it's clearly much more. 20 degrees would be up here. So you see somebody recording 70 degrees as 20. I can see the reason of the error, but they should be able to see the logic of what it should be. And this again is a reinforcement. If you look at it and estimate what it is, and then measure it and get a sensible answer, you should be in the clear. This is one way to measure head width relative to the patient. So the head width, in this case, we're using the frame gauge and the facial gauge with the tiller extended to measure approximately across here. And I think I can, no, I can't. I thought I could enlarge that. When you measure the head width on the frame, you measure from the ear point, sorry, to the ear point. So that's relatively easy to set up on your frame. And then when you measure, when you're doing facial measurements, if you measured somebody's head to be 140 millimeters wide, if you made them a pair of spectacles that was 140 millimeters wide, they'd probably fall off because there's no tension. So we reduce the head width. In this case, it's been done with a bit of head form on the sides, but you bring the sides in to put a little bit of pressure on the side of the head to give sufficient friction to stop movement without it being excessively tight to cause discomfort. And we call reducing that head width a compensated measurement. We compensate for the tension and get those sides a little bit closer in. The temple width is measured the distance between the sides, 25 millimeters behind the front plane of the front. So this is 25 millimeters here, and then the distance between the temples is actually greater than the distance, the head width, which would tie in with that idea that you're using a little bit of head form, a little bit of curvature of the side, because heads aren't square, they're round. So this frame would be going around the head and putting a bit of pressure onto this point. Angle of let back, forever an argued measurement. You could use the edge of a table to get this plane of the front in line. I sometimes put my ruler at the edge of the table and use the table to straighten the front. And you're literally measuring how far back, how much angle. And in this case, again, you've got to estimate because it's a curved side. So if you measured from here to here, it's almost a straight line. But at this point, the angle of letback is about, it's over 5 degrees and under 10. So somewhere around 7.5 degrees, that gives you your angle of letback. You're not measuring to this point, you're measuring the trend of the side. That's quite a lot of measurements to cover in a relatively short period of time. Miranda, are there any questions or slides you want me to go back to reiterate?
I had one question which I did answer, which says, do you measure from the center of the side rather than the inside measurement? I think that was on downward angle of drop. If you just want to show your slide for that one again, that would be helpful.
So the downward angle of drop,
Thank you.
you try to measure to the center of this tip. This particular frame is quite good to illustrate how, if the side tip has been shot into the side and has not stayed central, this would then become, you can't use the reinforcement, you've got to estimate where the center is.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, I think you're free to carry on.
I think in the interest of the subject, we should crack on with the frame materials because this is a much more difficult subject. And if we finish early, we just get an early lunch.
Okay, thanks, Daryl.
Thank you. Now it doesn't want to work. There we go. Frame materials and construction. Now this is, again, one of those subjects that is quite difficult to teach in this remote environment. Is absolutely critical to our industry and profession. And it's something I talk about almost every week with my staff. We've had a massive influx over the last few months of people buying spectacle frames online. Not buying spectacles online, but buying spectacle frames online and bringing them into us to have the lenses put in, which we do, as long as they have a valid receipt. However, there are times when they're buying stuff that they don't understand. And what if they buy a frame, or worse still, if they buy a frame from you that their skin is intolerant to? So dermatology comes into this. This is going to be a massive subject going forwards. It's something that you need to know about. I had a lady in only yesterday who'd had a massive dermatological response to some medication, and her whole face had become super sensitive. She needed some new specs. She knew she was allergic to some metals. She was even reluctant to talk about titanium, which I immediately went to on the ground. Yes.
Sorry, I've just had someone say, could you speak up a bit? I mean, I can hear you, but they might have sound issues. So. Okay,
I'll try and be as loud as I can.
Thank you.
It's unusual for someone to ask me to be louder. This is absolutely critical. As I say, this lady yesterday didn't want to put any metal frames on because she had dermatological problems. So we had to find a frame that was the correct material for her skin tolerance. Now, she was wearing an acetate frame and that was causing us problems. So we had to go and look for, and I had to know which frames were made of different materials. If that lady had bought a pair of spectacles off me yesterday that then caused a further response, I don't know that she would sue me. In fact, I would rather hope that the relationship we had would be such that she wouldn't try and pursue any sort of action. But at some point that could happen. So knowing your frame materials, understanding their impact on what they do is absolutely critical. And because this is the last time you will be examined on it, the examiners put a lot of weight onto this section. All the sections are important, but this is a really important section, and you won't be examined on frame materials again. So it's a really, really important exam. In practice, with my lab technicians, my optometrists, my contact lens opticians, and my dispensing opticians, and my practice staff, it is always the DOs that the people go to ask about frame materials. They assume that you're going to know all about them. The construction part of this exam forms your professional vocabulary. So again, this is something that we do on a weekly basis. I work in a group of 3 practices, and it's routine we have a WhatsApp group, and it's a routine question. Has anybody got this frame in this size or this color? And one of my bugbears is they'll say, have you got a Pro Design 1392 in color 1? And I'm sat in the middle of a practice of maybe 1,000 frames, and they're asking me to go through every single frame and look at the model number. That just doesn't work. So in the examination, this starts your awareness. If you were going to ring another practice and say, have you got this frame? You would say, have you got this frame? It's a lady's full rim plastic in pink with metal sides. You would describe it. And that's what the construction form is all about. So if somebody does a good description, I can sit in my practice and walk straight to that frame. That's the way I like this to play. B2, you have 5 frames to identify and describe. There is plenty of time, but there is not sufficient time to write an essay on each frame. You need to bullet point your information. You don't have time to write sentences. We need bullet points in this. And you need to practice at least 5 times before your exam. Get a copy of the paperwork, photocopy it at least 5 times, and practice describing 5 frames and identifying their materials. Because the timing of this is what can trip you up. You can be absolutely brilliant and describe 3 frames perfectly and get the materials right, and you've only done 3/5. You've only got 60% of what you could get. So by practicing, you can get your timing much, much better. 5 frames in 30 minutes. I say 5 minutes per frame plus 5 minutes for checking. The paperwork is split very much into 2 sections. So the first part, required information. This is, you're going to open this box and there'll be 5 frames labeled frame A, B, C, D, and E. Just try, and this isn't critical, but it makes life so much easier for everybody involved. You don't have to answer each frame in order, so you can maybe do frame D first, but please put it in the frame D column. If you imagine ongoing from an examiner's point of view, we get our answer sheets and they will be in this order. So what sometimes happens, and it's happened less and less recently, but what sometimes happens is you get the A scribbled out and they've done frame D, then frame C, then frame A, and all the answer sheets are in the wrong order, and it makes marking it much more difficult, and quite honestly, it makes looking at it more confusing. So let's try and make it smooth. Put frame A in frame A column. You have to identify the material. That's the first thing you have to do. And then you have to say 3 things about the material properties. Now we'll give you some model answers for this. The material properties per material is relatively easy to learn by rote. You can read your notes and memorize the properties of these individual materials. Identifying them is a different skill. So identifying the material correctly is something you need to practice. You need to practice in store. You need to practice at home. You need to think about it quite a lot. And what we do in the examinations is we use frames. We try to use, with one exception, we use frames that are made all of one material. we sit in a room with half a dozen examiners, and the first examiner picks frame A up and passes it round. And then we all take a vote. So I say that's cellulose acetate. I hand it to Miranda. She says it's cellulose acetate. We hand it to Alicia. She says it's cellulose acetate. We hand it to Kevin. He says it's, and as long as we all agree and we're unanimous, that frame will be put into the exam kit. This is to reassure you that there are no ambiguous frames in the kit. We think that those frames are all clearly identifiable by touch and vision. Obviously, with today's format, we can't do the touch bit, but we'll talk about some visual clues. 3 facts about their material. So adjustment temperature, don't bother with hypoallergenic because there's a hypoallergenic box down here. So its dermatological interaction is something that you need to know. And you need to know because the customers who buy them from you are going to want to know that you know that and going to want your guidance to avoid something that could go wrong. And then 3 facts about the adjustment and repair features. Now, one of the things that we don't like in this box is what pliers or which tools would you use to adjust these frames. That's not a repair feature or an adjustment feature. So don't put in this box, would use snipe nose pliers, would use heat in my fingers. That's not what we're asking. And then at the bottom, we want to know if you've identified the material as whether or not it's hypoallergenic. Now, your institutes have supplied you with lists of the materials that we consider to be hypoallergenic and non-hypoallergenic. Again, there will always be some level of discussion around this. Apart from anything else, they're introducing new polymers faster than we can test them on skin. So we've got to be a little bit careful with new materials to find out what they are and what the impact of that would be on potential skin and skin oils. But you also need to know which materials you've got on the shelf today and what their properties are. These are the materials that I think are included in the exams. I can't think of any others. Excuse me. The plastics are all fairly straightforward. The TR90s, the Grilamid plastics, are very, very dominant. There's a lot of them around, and I'm going to show you a guide to them. There's a minor complication with TR90, but we do include TR90. TX5 is the plastic that Hans Stepper uses. It's a bit like SPX. I think Hans Stepper wanted to have their own exclusive plastic too, so all Hans Stepper plastic frames are made out of titanium or TX5, or a combination of the two. The metals, we have rolled gold. That's not uncommon. Stainless steel and aluminium, these are all common materials that we use in practice. Titanium alloys like the Flexon materials, metal alloys. Now the metal alloys, we do have a little bit of a blanket one there, nickel, silver and Monel and base metals. Once they're gold coated, powder coated, painted, it's very difficult to identify which particular metal alloy it is. So there tends to be a little bit of tolerance. If you said nickel, silver and it's Monel and vice versa, we'll probably tolerate that. Gold is available as a spectacle frame material. There's a company in London called Wood and Gold who uses a lot of gold. And of course, Cartier uses a lot of rolled gold. There won't be a pure metal frame, pure gold metal frame. It's just not something that's likely to happen either in practice or in an examination situation. I would estimate a pure gold frame in 24 karat gold at the moment would probably sell as scrap at about £2,500. At retail, I'd expect that to be up in the £10,000. You're not going to have one of those lying around in an exam situation. Even if I order one in for a patient to view in practice, it usually comes with a security guard. and they stand there and watch the patient view the frame and then take it away again. There may well be some tortoise shell or some horn or some bone materials, so get good at recognizing those. And when you're doing your frame materials, when you're doing your identification, this is the visual part. This is the bit where I think you can identify a lot of these frames very easily just by looking at them. You don't actually need to pick all of them up. Some of them it is easier if you can pick them up. But if you look at this frame, this is a nice simple pair of specs I took out of a charity bin. It's a nice old frame. You can see, and this is what I want you to look at. If you look here, you can see the laminate is quite obvious. I'm just going to trying to get rid of this pointer so I can zoom in on this picture. I don't think that's going to happen. Never mind. Keep looking at the plastic here. There's some close-ups in it. Next few slides. You can see that the plastic is layered on top of a clear plastic. So the colour is laminated onto the top of there. You can see there's some decoration on the side. And again, looking at the side, you can see that laminate is really, really visible and easy to see. The joints are pinned, which you can't quite see from this angle, but I'm going to turn it around in a minute. They're concealed pins because we've concealed the top of the pins with this decoration. The sides you can see are fully reinforced. You can see the pads on here, so it's a fixed pad bridge frame, and the sides are sinuous. So they've got that lovely swan's neck sort of sinuous flow to them. The same frame viewed from above, you can see the pins visibly going through the plastic here. You can see there's a little bit of green rust occurring there, so the pins have got some copper in them. You can see the reinforcement. You can even see the decoration that conceals the pins on the side here. So it's a concealed pin and they're visible. Now compare that to this frame, and all of a sudden, how is the colour applied to this frame? How are the joints attached to this frame? Is it a mixed material? So this is one of these samples that I'm saying doesn't occur in your exams because it has metal sides on a plastic front. It would be understandable from a student point of view that you would go, well, which material do you want me to talk about? So we try not to do that. You look carefully how this colour has been applied. It's clearly been painted on. This has been hand brushed on, I would suggest. And then after the colour has been applied, a lacquer has gone over the top to make it shiny and clean. So this is a propionate frame. This one's from Chantel by Dunelm. And the joints are, the joint attachment here is they are screwed through the frame, through the front. Regular bridge frames. So as soon as you see a regular bridge frame, and this is a classic example, you can see its pin joint. It's a mitre joint. The colour, how is the colour applied to this? Well, I don't think it's painted because the colour seems to go all the way through. And the first thing that I would do with this would be to touch it. I would be looking to feel it. If it's tortoiseshell, it will feel brittle. It feels like tortoiseshell, feels like horn. It feels like a hard, glassy sort of surface. If it's a plastic frame and it's a copy of tortoiseshell, it would feel softer and warmer. So the eventual identification for this to be tortoiseshell or not would be its flexure and its sensation in your hand. But this would be either tortoiseshell or cellulose acetate with a good mottle. Again, if you've got any glazing experience, if you run your fingernail into this groove, If it's a shell frame, the grooves are quite shallow. If it's an acetate frame, the grooves are quite deep. Now that's experience, but if you work in a practice with a workshop, a week's work in the workshop won't do you any harm. It's really good to see how these different materials behave. And again, we've got colour. Look at the frame. How is the colour applied in this circumstance? So it's a faded colour. It's got a very short reinforcement in the side, which you can see better when you pick it up. But you can see here, the reinforcement doesn't get as far as this. The symbol on the side, if there is a symbol on the frame, we don't hide it, we don't cover it up. So Optil is always labelled. Labelled materials are labelled because the manufacturers think that that adds value. So where you've got something like Optil, where at the age of this frame, this was a Christian Dior frame. I don't think Dior uses Optil anymore, but I think Gucci do. And there's always somebody using Optil. They use the same symbol, and the manufacturers think that that improves the value of that product to the patient or the customer. It's not cheating, reading a symbol. So before you write anything on any of these frame materials, have a look at the frame and see if it is actually labelled. The common ones to label are Optil, SPX, rolled gold, and titanium, all of which are more expensive frames. And because they're expensive, the manufacturers have labelled them as to why they're expensive. They're trying to justify that expense. So the colour here is dyed, and then the surface is lacquered. If you look in detail at this frame, it looks really, really clean, but it's probably about 40, 50 years old. So the lacquer on the surface makes it really, really shiny and long living. The joint attachment, because it's Optil, we know that Optil is injection molded. So the joint attachment will be during injection molding. When you pick it up, the flexure of the frame tells you a bit more about it. This is quite a rigid material. It's quite, you can bend it, but it doesn't bend very far. And when I'm doing presentations live to students, and I take Optil samples or frame samples around with me and show them the different materials and get them to feel it and touch it, the Optil frame is always the one they snap. And I bet I go through an Optil frame every year, and they're getting rarer. I search for them. You can get brand new ones, but I'm not going to take £100 worth of Gucci frame to show a bunch of students who are going to snap it. So we need old samples, and they're getting rarer and rarer. So I've got a couple of broken Optil frames. The surface finish is really important, and its adjustment properties, of course. With Optil, you have to heat it really, really hot. It's over 100 degrees, and it has a plastic memory, which is all these things that we have to try and remember in their features. Again, nice big label, silhouette. The first thing I'm thinking is it's probably going to be SPX. It's got a reinforced side. The colour, you look closely at an SPX frame, it's a bit like propionate. It's painted. So the colour is painted on, it's not laminated. It's obviously not a laminate, it would be too thin. SPX is a super polyamide with an extra secret ingredient, which is why they put the X on there. And again, if you look carefully on here somewhere, it will say SPX on the frame. That's not cheating. That's what you do in practice. When you're identifying a frame material in practice, you would look to see if it was labeled. Before you estimated what it was, you would look. It's the same as estimating facial measurements. You look first and then confirm your answer. And yes, the Queen really does wear silhouette frames, always has done. And yes, she really does wear D28 bifocals. I won't tell you where she buys them from, but at one stage in my career, I used to do the spectacle frames for Madame Tussauds, and we had to find out which frames that the Queen wore then, and we got identical frames. Again, we've got big labels here. So it's a hand stepper frame. It says titanium on it. Now that's quite misleading because it's a pure plastic frame. So the titanium they're referring to is the reinforcements inside. So we wouldn't put this into an exam because that's misleading. But you might have it on your shelf. And you could even find one of our friendly engineers who might have an argument with you about whether or not it's titanium because it's clear plastic and titanium is a metal. But it's a hand stepper, so you know that the plastic is TX5 and they label the titanium to enhance value. But the reinforcements really will be titanium. It's also a super polyamide. The color in this case, I would suggest, is dyed. If you get hold of a TX5 frame, they are very flexible. They feel very similar to SPX. So similar, it does make you wonder sometimes. But you've got to judge the flexure, feel the plastic, see how flexible it is, look at it. The visual observations are just as important as the physical contact. And then our favorite TR90. Again, in this sample, it's labeled. We have a TR90 on there. So we know the features of TR90. They've got a fixed pad bridge. It's got a reinforced end tip. So if you were to pick this frame up, there's two features I know about this. It's one of my stock frames, so it is very familiar to me. This part is rubber. So the end tip is rubber and does not therefore need heating to adjust it. It's reinforced, but it's reinforced with a flat piece of metal. So there's a tendency for the tip to want to bend inwards rather than downwards. It's a very difficult adjustment. You've got to do it quite carefully. But the reinforcement stops about here. And then this bit is just TR90. And in this case, this is an unusual joint. It's attached by being screwed. There's a screw behind here, and there's a screw in the side here. So the joint is screwed, the attachment. But it's also a 180-degree joint. You can open these sides completely flat out and go all the way in. So they go to 180 degrees. The color, look really carefully. This is TR90, red TR90 that's been painted black on the front to give it some variety. Now, if anybody's got time on their hands, if you go to www.emsgrivery.com, these are the people who make TR90. And they have on their website, a very friendly website, you can download a catalogue of their materials and their properties and qualities. TR90 features in this particular page. So we've got Grilamid TR90, that's what we use in optical practice. They also make something called Grilamid TR90 UV. And there's actually, I think there's 9 TR90s in total. If you look at the plastic surrounding a petrol pump, when you go and put diesel or petrol into your car, and the plastic that surrounds the metal hand pump, which would get very cold if you had direct contact with it, so they have to insulate it, that plastic is usually TR90. A lot of phone cases are made out of TR90 and TR55. TR55 was used before TR90, and my original queries with these people was, you know, I explained my situation and I said to them, I emailed them and said, you know, how do I differentiate as an optician between TR55 and TR90 when I pick up a pair of spectacles that I know are one of the other, I don't know which. And their reply was very simply, you cannot. Once it is a product, once the product is finished, without their detailed chemical labs, you cannot analyze the TR range of plastics into which one it is. So as a general rule, I think TR90 now is almost the only plastic we use from this company in spectacle manufacture. So as a general rule, if it is Grilamid, it'll be TR90. But TR55, because it wouldn't be identifiable or distinguishable from TR90, would also be accepted. And this is the exception that I mentioned earlier. So a carbon fiber frame is made out of carbon fibers. They're really interesting construction. And again, if you have the time and the interest, if you find an old one of these frames and break it, and I don't mean just stamp on it, I would sort of chew through this plastic around here with a pair of blunt pliers. Don't try and cut it, just break it up. You'll find that in actual fact that the carbon fibers run in a figure of 8 shape around the rim and around the rim, and they really are carbon fibers. They're very thin grey fibers. And this frame will only be, the front of this frame will only be about 20% carbon fiber, and 80% of it is nylon that is just injected into it to hold the carbon fiber together. They are incredibly strong frames, incredibly strong. If you put this frame on a hook in the ceiling on this side, and you put a handle on this side, and you could probably hang from it. They are that strong. The slight difference is they've got a very unique joint. You can see it's a nice big bulky joint that joins here, and then the metal side comes out of it. This metal side is the only metal-sided frame we allow into the exams because most carbon fiber samples are made this way. Carbon fiber sides, you can get, some Ray-Bans have them, but they're the laminated carbon fiber rather than the wound carbon fiber. The joint attachment, it's a screwed joint, but it's attached to the front during the injection molding process. And it's carbon fiber, which is grey and dull and quite a bland looking material. It's not very attractive. So to make them attractive, they have to paint them. And they usually paint them quite dark colours, often a mottled colour. So the colour is put on by painting. These suggestions here, the cold glaze is a feature of the frame. Sometimes with a carbon fiber frame, you will get a screw and closing block here, because they're so inflexible. And back when we used glass lenses, we couldn't size accurately enough to spring in quite so easily. So they put a screw, block and screw there for the attachment. Today with plastic lenses and the accuracy of our glazing machines, cold glazing is something that's much easier to do. Now you might not see many examples of this in practice because PMMA is an old material, polymethyl methacrylate. The observations I want you to go through here is you look at it and straight away the first thing that I notice is the laminate. The second thing I notice is the age. The style of the frame is really quite old. It has lovely sinuous sides. It's got pin joints. So I'm immediately starting to think maybe acetate because it's laminated. It won't be nitrate. We don't use nitrate samples in the exams or in practice. But sadly, the use of nitrate it's a banned plastic in the UK because it's so flammable. But there have been some samples of recent nitrate frames coming back onto the market. I'm talking about some I've seen in India, and our Indian students have to be able to identify this material and say, no, this isn't a good material for a pair of specs. Its risk is mainly combined with smoking. It spontaneously combusts to a very high temperature. If you ever get a sample, if you ever see one, and you're allowed to, if you're allowed to destroy it, take it outside to burn it, put a torch to it and see how fast it burns. This particular frame has a regular bridge. It's an upswept Supra. I don't think there's a close-up of it. The joints are visibly pinned. You don't need to touch the joints to see the pins. The colour is definitely laminate. They have sinuous sides. Looking at it, it's probably 50 or 60 years old. The surface condition is amazing. The plastic transparency, especially in the bridge area, I'm getting a bit anarchy now. This is making it a very obvious polymethyl methacrylate frame. These were abundant in the 50s, mainly due to an abundance of the plastic, which was, the plastic was developed and used for the windscreens in Lancaster bombers. And at the end of the Second World War, we had a lot of this lying around. And as any industry would, these guys had made loads of this plastic, and then the demand just stopped, and they're left with a load of plastic. So they took the plastics to different industries and said, can you use this? Is this useful? It was adopted straight away into the contact lens business. So hard contact lenses were made out of polymethyl methacrylate, Perspex, one in the same thing. And we used some for some spectacle frames, and they were really quite stylish. I have, this year or last year, reglazed a pair of these for a young lady in Totnes who had got them from her grandmother's house when they were clearing a grandma's house out. She brought them to me and said, can you put lenses in this frame? It's unusual in its glazing because at the top of this, there will be a groove or a normal bevel. And then at the bottom, it's flat edged and grooved for a Supra. So it'll be a bevel at the top and flat edged and grooved at the bottom. Modern Supras, you will notice, especially metals, are grooved all the way around to make the glazing process easier. Glazing a pair of these generally, well, certainly when I first qualified, you would put a bevel edge all the way around. You would then put the lens in the frame, mark the extremities of it on a hand edger, and with a glass lens, I would add, you would then grind off the bevel all the way around, put it onto a super groover and grind a super groove into the edge of the glass lens, and then glaze them as we glaze Supras now. The current trend of putting the figure of 8 wire in the top here just means that you can just put a flat edge on the whole lens and groove it and spring it in. It makes the construction process quicker and more efficient, and that's why they've done it. Here we have a lovely example of a W bridge. It's a metal frame coated in plastic. The plastic was called Cyrex. It was something that came out of the NHS era of spectacle frames. The NHS produced this Cyrex in tortoiseshell. The fashion industry produced Cyrex in different colours. So you could go to the opticians in the 1950s and have the Cyrex taken off and change colour. And you could get reds and greens and tortoiseshells and light tortoiseshells and dark tortoiseshells. And indeed, I still have some of this stuff in my practice. There's even a special pair of pliers for cutting out the Cyrex at this point to put the groove in for the bridge. This particular one is engraved on the back of the bridge. One of the things that we include in the exam kit is a magnifier. And the magnifier is there for you to look at the small details, so don't not use it. Feel free to pick up the magnifier and have a look. In this case, it says 18 karat rolled gold. And then this 15 probably indicates that the overall weight of the frame would be 15 parts to 1,000 rolled gold, and the rest would be an alloy. Usually brass. These days, it could be a brass alloy. Look at the engravings, it tells you it's 18 karat rolled gold. So a rolled gold sample in your examination will be labelled, and it'll probably be labelled in the bridge just here as this one is. Again, they label it because it's valuable. There is a variation in manufacturers labeling. So there are different ways of labeling the gold and telling you how much is in there. There is actually, again, if you want a 10-minute gap in your evening, there's a fantastic old rolled gold video on YouTube that's all about gold chain link making in Massachusetts in America, but it shows you them making rolled gold and the rolling process and why it's called rolled gold. It's not a waste of your life to spend 10 minutes watching that. Stainless steel, again, is very often labeled, but true stainless steel is a combination of iron and chromium. So, and in some stainless steels, they include some nickel. So stainless steel by itself is not always hypoallergenic. This particular company, ProOptic, they're a good, reliable company, high quality stuff, and they actually use pure stainless steel, so it is allergy free. They call it performance steel, but the allergy free label is really, really important. This is a dark brown frame. Stainless steel is shiny and white, so it's obviously been lacquered and colored. Most steel is iron and carbon, but stainless steel is iron and carbon with the addition of chromium. But as I say, there's some risk of nickel creeping in there because it's a mixed alloy. That can always catch you out. So you just need to be aware of what quality of steel you're getting from your suppliers. And the big clue in practice is the price. In the exam, you won't have price labels, but when you're buying frames and you see stainless steel and it's only £20, it's probably going to have some nickel in the stainless steel. Stainless steel frames, something like this from ProOptic, would cost over £50. Now, this is an unusual sample. Again, it's Pro Design, but it says very clearly on the other lens there, aluminium front. And just have a look at the observational technique of identifying this. It's a big lump block of metal. If you look at this bit here, it's a thick, chunky bit of metal. It's got a painted front, a brushed finish. It will be lacquered. If you look at the sides, they're thin. If you made aluminium this thin, it wouldn't be strong enough. So they've put steel sides onto an aluminium front, but they have labeled it quite accurately, aluminium front. Because it's Pro Design, again, I would feel very confident that the steel in the sides will be premium steel and therefore hypoallergenic. Aluminium itself isn't hypoallergenic, of course, but this is a frame with pads on arms. So long as it's fitting correctly, none of the aluminium should touch the skin. And that's a conversation you need to have with your patient. So it could be a proximal allergy. So if they're close to the aluminium, they might react. Or if it's contact sensitivity, then as long as you fit the frame and it's not touching, they might be happy with that situation. But you need to be talking to them about it and whether or not that's going to cause them some skin issues. The first and most important thing when you try to identify this frame, okay, you've seen it's labeled aluminium. If you pick this frame up, aluminium is a superconductor, and it superconducts heat, and it conducts the heat away from your hand and into itself. So long as it's a lower temperature than you are, you will feel the heat disappear from your hand. And that sensation is you just feel cold. The material feels cold because it's absorbing your heat. If you try to bend it, give it any sort of flexure, aluminium is really robust. It's really, really firm. It doesn't like being bent. You have to put quite a lot of pressure on it, and it's not very strong. So if you go too far, you can break it quite easily, which is why it's chunky. If they made this frame thin, it wouldn't be strong enough. How have they made it this color? This is natural aluminium color at the top. So that silver, that matte brushed silver, is the normal color that we get from aluminium. So the front has been painted. It will be lacquered. If you feel the surface, you can usually feel it's smoother than a brushed metal finish, and therefore gives you the suggestion that it must be lacquered in some way. And of course, it's labeled titanium because it's trying to increase its value. As soon as you pick a titanium frame up, the weight of it would give you a clue. The way the color's been applied here, you can see it's definitely painted, and titanium again looks very similar to aluminium. So this color is not titanium. This has definitely been painted. The flexure of titanium, if it's pure titanium, if it's alpha titanium, it doesn't bend very well. It resists bending. It's a hard material. Most titanium historically has been mined in Siberia. China is now claiming to have titanium ore sites, and because they border Russia and Siberia, it would be no surprise that the Chinese have titanium. As far as I know, they're not exporting any of it. And the reason why titanium dropped in price at the end of the Cold War was because the increase in trade with the Eastern Bloc. So the Siberian titanium came down. I look at current political trends and think, I wonder if the price of titanium is going to go back up again, because Russia's becoming less friendly and China's becoming less friendly in trade ways to us, and that might push the price of titanium back up. More importantly, it might push up the price of rare earth magnets like neodymium ion boron magnets, the tiny little magnets that they put in the spectacle frames that have the magnetic clip-ons. Those same tiny little magnets are in your mobile phones, they're in your quadcopters. They're the reason why quadcopters can fly, because with a ferrous magnet, we couldn't make an engine strong enough to do what those little quadcopters can do these days. But with the rare earth magnets, they can. Now, the rare earth magnet came originally from America. China sold rare earth magnets so cheap that the Americans stopped making them, and now the only place you can buy them is China. Again, that might reverse with current trends. 1668 is the melting point of titanium. This is relevant for this exam because titanium frames are welded in a vacuum. Welding is different from soldering. When you solder something, you put two metals together and you get a third metal, which is thermally, can melt thermally, and that metal goes around the other two metals and bonds them together. But the two metals never join. When you weld something, you heat it up to a temperature at which it becomes one with the welding rod. You actually mix the two metals together, you get a surface alloy. So to weld titanium, you have to get it to a temperature of 1668 degrees C, and at that temperature, it will spontaneously oxidize, it'll just evaporate. So they have to put it into a non-atmospheric, a vacuum situation in order to weld it together. You can imagine how complicated this is, and that's why titanium frames are more expensive. Metal alloys in practice, and you need to practice identifying the materials in your practices. So go into practice and pick up some frames and have a look at them and try and guess what metals they are. If they're cheap, if they're retailing for under 70 or 80 pounds and they're metal frames, they're going to be a metal alloy. They're not going to have anything pure in there. It's unlikely. So the price in practice is a good indicator. It tells us what it's cost us. It should reflect what it's cost us. Its weight is much heavier than titanium and aluminium. The color, when you look at it, this is a gold. It looks like a gold frame, but you know it's not rolled gold because it's not labeled. You know it's not pure gold because it's not 10,000 pounds. So you know that this is either a gold plate or a gold wash. Now, I would stick to gold plate in your examination. The colour was applied as a gold plating. It could be electroplated, but there is other ways of applying gold, and particularly in the very cheap frames, the gold wash is like a very cheap, quick electroplate. When you bend this frame, when you flex it, it's quite rigid. You can see it's been soldered together, not welded. And those are all indicators of what material you're likely to identify it as. Memory metal has become quite, well, common these days, to be honest. In the old-fashioned ones, this is an old Flexon, Autoflex, they used to have sockets on the bridge where the flexy parts of the metal were inserted into, and this particular frame is a titanium eye wire with these sockets welded onto it, and then titanium alloy. So the titanium is alloyed with copper to give it its flexibility, and as soon as you touch this, you can bend it and it goes straight back. You know that the material is flexible, and the flexible parts are the sides to the tip. At the tip, you can heat and bend this. The flexible bridge means you can twist it. The non-flexible and attached lugs give you adjustment properties, it allows you to adjust it. And if you reduce the length of side on this, if you take the tips off and cut the sides down, all of a sudden you move into a part of the material where you can't bend it back to an ear shape because it's Flexon and it returns to its original shape. It's a memory metal. The way to get round that is you remove the tip, you cut the side to the length you want, and then you use a blowtorch to anneal this titanium alloy. So you have to get it red hot and let it cool down slowly. And then, of course, you have to clean it before you put the tip back on. But that allows you to adjust the flexible frames. So this is quite a quick overview now. So the construction part of this exam is really straightforward and should be taken like a phone call. As I was saying earlier, I want a Pro Design 1392. I don't ring the practice and say I want a Pro Design 1392. I say it's 1392, but the general frame type would be a lady's metal Supra, or in the 1392 is a lady's plastic. So it's a simple description. The general frame type: a lady's metal Supra, a gent's plastic full rim, a gent's half eye, a lady's half eye. A general frame type, and you're going to do that 5 times. So it's going to be a full rim, a half rim, a Supra, or a rimless. Now, one of the traps that students often fall into is they say, well, I said the last one was a lady's metal Supra, so I can't say that about frame B because that's a lady's metal Supra too. I need to say something different. Not the case. They're both ladies metal Supras, so just put in the general frame type. So it's got to be a ladies, gents, a unisex, or a child's frame. It's got to be plastic, metal, tortoise shell, wood, whatever material it is, and it's got to be full rim Supra or half eye or rimless. The side type: hockey end, drop end, loop end. It's got to be one of those. It could be a bayonet fit or a temple grip. I don't like mastoid fit, and I'll tell you why in a moment. They could be curl sides. I said temple grip further up, and they could be sinuous or sinuous, as some people say. This is my little bugbear. The mastoid process is here. Yeah, it's the bit of bone that sticks out underneath your ear. So a mastoid fitting frame, for me, the side would come from here to under your ear. I've never seen it. I tell a lie, I have seen it once, but that was on a frame that had a split in the side, and one went under your ear and one went over your ear, and they temple gripped either side. But there's none of that in the exam. So the term mastoid fit I just find a little bit misleading. Again, the bridge type, it's either going to be a keyhole bridge, a W bridge, a fixed pad bridge, pads on arms, a regular bridge. All you need to say, just simply just say what sort of type it is. And the joint attachments. So joint attachments are either pinned like this one. They could be heat sunk. That's very common in plastic fronts. They could be pinned like this. They could be decorated. They could be mushroom pins. Now, the mushroom pins are the pins that go into polymethyl methacrylate. So those pins don't go all the way through. They go in. It's almost like a heat sunk pin. They could be inserted during injection, or they could be screwed. If you remember our propionate sample earlier, the sides were screwed. The attachment, the joint attachment was screwed. The lens retention in the frame. The lenses are either sprung in like a normal plastic frame. If it's a normal metal frame, it'll have a closing block and screw. If it's rimless, it could be drilled and screwed, or it could be drilled and have a compression plug where, like a silhouette, where you squeeze them together. There's not a lot of different ways of retaining a lens in a frame. Pick from that list and do it 5 times. And then the lens edge finish, they're either flat-edged and grooved for a super, like this sample here, bevel-edged, or mini bevel-edged. I could talk for half an hour just on different bevels. These are all mini bevels. If you look at these different types of bevel, there is a shoulder on all of these lenses, so the bevel doesn't go across the whole expanse of the lens. If you had a V, that angle, you would cut off all of this plastic here. You'd have a very big bevel area. It wouldn't look very good. The mini bevel means there's less bevel going into the frame and less destruction of the edge of the lens. So, day of your exam, stay calm, and that's easy to say. Please remember that all examiners have sat exams. We sit exams all the time. They are completely empathetic to your situation. My last exam, I think the last exam I did was my MEX exam. And honestly, hand on heart, I've examined for 20 years plus. When I did my MEX exam, I was a cabbage. I was really nervous. And if it hadn't been for the kindness of the examiners, I would have been worse. But please believe, as Les said, the examiners are there to help you and facilitate your passing. Deep breathing is a really, really good thing to do. And try and enjoy the day, because you're going to be there with like-minded people. We're all there to help you. And I think it's one of those things that a smile can go a long way, especially in a Viva exam. So smiling as you're going along makes it a pleasurable experience. So put a smile on your face and do your best.
Thanks, Daryl. I have had I've had a question duplicated actually. I thought I'd answered it, but they've asked again. Can I have some facts about adjustment and repair for metal, please? I've said it can be solder repaired. It's easy to adjust. It's normally got a covered end tip, so it would be heated to adjust. Anything else?
Yeah, generally speaking, you could repair it if it was scratched. You could re-lacquer it maybe. If it was broken, it can be solder repaired, or it can't. So if it's titanium, you've got an expensive welding repair. If it's normal metal alloy, a solder repair is available. So those are both features that I'd like to see. Can it be fixed can it be polished if it's scratched, if it's a plastic? Can it be repaired if it's broken, if it's a metal? The titanium alloy annealing would be a real bonus one if someone could get that into their exam.
Obviously, it's dependent on the metal. Those adjustments would invariably be on a metal alloy. because as Daryl said, so they've asked again, is it on all metals? No, it's going to be dependent on the metal that you have, because you can't solder repair titanium. So that needs to be welded. So I think you need to do, have you got any other suggestions for them?
Stainless steel. That's a steel weld is more difficult than a Monel steel, Monel weld. So when you're trying to repair stainless steel, I think they use a system called brazing, a brazier, but it's a much hotter temperature. And these are things that this is research work that's really easy to do online. YouTube is full of really good examples of metal welding compared to brazing, compared to soldering. Not all in the optical industry, doesn't need to be.
For adjustment facts, could you mention if a metal is resistant to corrosion or abrasion?
Yes, I think that's relevant.
Yes, you can, that's absolutely fine. Welcome back, everyone. We've got Jerry Dynan, who's one of our ABDO examiners, works in practice in Ireland, and her lovely daughter Aoife will be helping demonstrate the measurements you need for C2 today, and C1 for frame fitting. So I will kindly hand over to Jerry and Aoife. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miranda. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a lovely lunch break and you're ready for this afternoon's sessions. So I'm going to take you through C1 and C2. C1 is your spectacle fitting, which is a lovely section because it's what you do every day in practice. So I'm going to take you through this one, and then after we finish this, I'll take you through section C2, which is your facial measurements. Okay, if there's anything that you want me to repeat, I can do that also. Please just put that in the comments box. Okay, this is my daughter Aoife, as Miranda said. Aoife has been a patient at exams, so she's very, very aware and very experienced in being a patient for students. So she's going to help me today. And because she's my daughter, we're able to do this. We don't have to socially distance, and we can do these demonstrations for you without wearing masks or PPE. Okay, so we're going to start with section C1. So as I said, that's your spectacle fitting. So in this section, you'll have 3 different spectacle fittings to do to 3 different patients. Okay, so the objective there is to straighten and fit a plastic fixed pad bridge, as you can see at the top, a metal pads on arms, which is the middle frame, as you can see, and then the third one at the bottom is a rimless spectacle frame. Okay, so you'll have 3 different frames to fit to 3 different patients. Okay, so this is what you will see on the desk, everything that will be provided for you. So as you can see, the blue machine to the left here is your frame heater. You'll obviously need that for adjusting the plastic acetate frame, possibly adjusting the length to bend on any of the frames that you're given. Okay, so you've got frame adjustment pliers, so you can see all the tools that are laid out in front of you on the desk. So anything that you need will be there for you. You've got screwdrivers as well, because you might find some of the little screws in the joints are quite loose. And obviously, as part of the spectacle fitting, which we do in practice, we go around all the little screws and try and tighten those as best as we can. So
Jerry?
everything. Yes?
Sorry, could you just speak up a little bit? It's slightly quieter. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So as I was saying, you've got all the tools that you need in practice to do your adjustments. You've also got screwdrivers, because when we're doing our adjustments in practice, we like to go around all the little tiny screws and tighten up everything to make sure that everything is perfect for our patient. You'll have lens cleaner and also tissues, as you can see on the desk. Obviously, again, in practice, if we're going to do a fitting, an adjustment, we wouldn't hand the frames back to the patient with finger marks on the lenses. So we must always clean the lenses before returning them to the patient. So make sure that you do that also in your exam, okay? The examiner will be looking for you to make sure that you've cleaned the lenses and the frames are ready to go. Okay, so this section lasts 30 minutes. So if we divide that up, that's approximately 10 minutes for completion of each task. So that will include you assessing the adjustments that need done at the beginning. I'll talk you through this as we go through this section. That will also include you having time to do all your adjustments, and also the examiner will have a discussion with you at the end also. So that 10 minutes is that complete. So what I would recommend is a good 6, 7, 8 minutes for your adjustments, and that gives us time at the beginning, at the end. So if you can practice that in practice, if you're doing any adjustments for any patients, try and time yourself, and you get more of an idea of what adjustments need done. Have a careful look at the frame, pop it on the patient, see what needs done, and then just gradually time yourself so that you're doing it within that time period. Okay, just to highlight for you, there is no paperwork in this section. So when you leave section C1, don't panic and think, oh my goodness, I didn't write my candidate number anywhere. Please don't worry, there is no paperwork for you in this section. The examiner knows who you are. They will have your candidate number and they will assess you accordingly. Okay, so this is what you need to think about when at the beginning of the section. Okay, so the examiner will hand you a frame to have a look at. Now, clearly the frame won't be fitting perfectly on the patient. Okay, so the first thing that you would need to think about is have a look at the frame. Place it down on the desk. Think about what adjustments are required. So obviously this is an exam, so if you pop the frame on the desk, it won't be perfectly straight and symmetrical. So there will be adjustments that will be required. Okay, so the next thing to do then is pop the frame on your patient. Have a look at the frame on the patient, and sometimes that gives you a better idea of the adjustments that you need to perform. So if the frame is sitting quite crooked on a patient, then you know you have to look at the sides and the front of the frame also. Okay, so the examiner will want you to assess the fit. They will want you to tell them what adjustments you intend to perform. So it's important that you tell the examiner all of the adjustments that you need to make. Okay, be as specific as you can, be as detailed as you can, because you're being assessed on this also. So it's important that you tell the examiner all of the adjustments that you think is required and how you're going to do those adjustments. Okay, if you can also tell the examiner what tools that you're going to use, and later in this section I'm going to talk you through different tools that you can use. If you prefer to use your hands, that's absolutely fine. Your hands are a good tool. So the best thing to do is give the examiner as much information as possible, and then obviously the examiner will leave you to do the adjustment with your patient. Okay, so as I said previously, you'll have about 8 minutes to fit the spectacles. Please don't worry, you will not be required to shorten any length to bend. You'll not be required to cut the side and put the tip back on and shorten the length to bend. That is not required in this section. Okay, so if you feel that when you do the adjustment that it's left a rather large length of drop, in practice obviously you would shorten that if you had more time. So it's absolutely fine to explain that to the examiner and tell them that you're not happy with the length of drop behind the ear. It's very long. You'd prefer to shorten it if you had more time. that's what you would do in practice. Okay, so that's really important. Just explain it to the examiner and they will know that you've understood the importance of that adjustment. Okay, so we'll move on to the first one. Now, you may not be given these in this order, but you will be given 3 different frames. One which is a fixed pad acetate frame, one which is a metal pads on arms, and one which is a rimless frame. You will be given all 3, but you may not be given them in this order. So if you walk into the exam and you're handed the rimless frame, please don't panic. The examiner will then, you'll get the other 2 as you go through the 30 minutes. Okay, so we're going to look at the acetate frame first of all. So the first thing to do, now I'm going to pop this frame on Aoife. Okay, so I have a nice acetate frame here. This is the one that you can see in the picture. So I'm just going to pop that on Aoife. Now, obviously, it would be better if we were doing this in person. So there's only so much that we can do online. So we're going to try our best to show you as much as we can to the best of our ability with what we're doing today. Okay, so as you can see, I hope you can all see that. Miranda, if you could let me know if we can change it in any way. We can't actually see ourselves. So as you can see, we're looking at the acetate frame. Right away, I can see that the frame is at a slight angle on the side. So that's what you're looking for. So the first point there is assess if the frame is straight. Okay, so as we can see, it's not. So then you need to think about, is it twisted at the bridge? So to do that, we pop the frame off and we actually look at the bridge. So if you can see there, yes?
Sorry, Jerry. Someone's asked
Yes?
if you could move to the side slightly and Aoife can go more centrally, then the
Yes.
students can get a better view of the frame on you.
Swap seats.
We swap seats.
Yeah.
No one wants to see you, Jerry, sorry.
That's fine, that suits me. Is that better? Is
Yeah,
that
I
better?
think so. Yes.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
it. Just lean in slightly. That's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, so if you lean in as well. Yeah, okay. So you pop those on. So as you can see, this frame is at a slight angle. So in the first point, assess the frame. If it's straight, we can see that it isn't. Okay. So are the sides evenly angled? Is it twisted at the bridge? So the first thing we need to look at is the bridge. So as you can see, the bridge is not actually aligned because one lens is quite straight and the other is angled upwards. So that tells us that the bridge is not straight. Now, another way to tell if the bridge is not straight is if we look sideways. And as you can see, the 2 sides, they should be parallel and they aren't. Okay, so that's another clue that obviously the frame will need straightened up. So are the sides bent at the hinges? So that tells us if we look here, the sides could be bent this way. So that's a good clue, just that tells us that the sides are not straight. Okay, is the length to bend appropriate? So if you pop that on again, Aoife, I got her to make sure that she had her hair tied back so that we can see the length to bend. So as you can see, it's not a great fit on the length to bend either. Okay, and could you turn around a little bit further, Aoife? You can see the frame itself, the side, the inward angle of drop should be along the side of the head. This is actually sticking out, so that's not appropriate either. Okay, so with the plastic frame, you need to think about what tools that you would use. Now, I don't have a frame heater here, so unfortunately we can't do the adjustments, but the important thing was to show you the things that could be wrong with the frame and then how you would rectify that. So obviously we've decided that they're twisted at the bridge. So what I would do is heat the bridge here, and then I would straighten the sides appropriately. Okay, and bring the 2 lenses into alignment. Okay.
Jerry.
Yes.
I'm really sorry. I know when we were at the start of this, you discussed flicking between perhaps your camera and the slides, but I wasn't sure if you needed the slides as your prompt.
Okay.
But some of the students, I think, would prefer the full screen view while you're
Okay.
demonstrating, if that helps.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Let me just do that.
Thank you. Both
Yeah.
beautiful. Yeah.
So you pop those on again. Okay. So again, have a look. Can you see how the frame isn't straight? So it's running down the side. Okay.
That's much better. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. And obviously the length to bend. Leaf got dark hair, so it's quite difficult to see. But as you can see, it's quite short here. So we need to adjust that also. Now I can just show you again. We talked about the bridge being twisted. So as you can see, this lens is lined. This one is twisted upwards. So that shows us that the bridge is twisted. And also you can see the sides are twisted also. They should be parallel. They should be in alignment, and they aren't. I'm trying to show you so that you can get a good view of that. Yeah. So if we heat the frame here at the bridge, and we can straighten the bridge, then the sides would be in alignment. Okay, so as you can see, let me just, there. Okay, so that's what you would need to do for this one, and obviously check the length to bend as well. All right, so the pads on arms, I'll just go back to my screen again, just for a moment. Okay. Okay, so the metal frame with pads on arms. So again, this is the frame that I have here. So we need to do the following again. Assess if the frame is straight. Is it twisted at the bridge? Are the sides evenly angled? Are the patient's ears even heights? So that's quite a common theme. You will find that not all patients' features are symmetrical. So when we're adjusting frames, quite often a patient has one ear slightly higher than the other, or one ear slightly further back than the other. It can be quite subtle, but it means then that we have to allow for that when we're adjusting our frames. Okay, so a lot of patients could have one length to bend measurement which is slightly longer than the other. That's absolutely very common, and it's not an unusual thing. Okay, and likewise the ears might be slightly higher than the other. Okay, so again, what tools would you use for this dispense? So you can again still use your hands, your fingers, they're absolutely fine. But there's lots of tools that you can use, which we will cover in a little while. So, you know, it's worth looking at those. You will need to identify tools that you've used. You will need to tell the examiner what they're called, and you need to be able to demonstrate to the examiner how to use those tools correctly, safely, and effectively. Okay, so I'm going to come back to our camera. Just do that, and I'm going to show you this adjustment then. Okay, so we're full screen. Yeah, okay, so pop this frame on, Aoife, for me, please. So if you can lean in. So again, you can see that her eyebrows are higher on this side than this side. Now that could be one of two things. She's either painted on her eyebrows incorrectly or the frame is crooked. So as you can see, it's slanting down on this side, okay? And it's difficult to see if you pop the frame off. We need to also look at the nose pads. So if you can see, one seems to be in a good position, but this one is quite splayed. So you can see that. So that's an important one to check on your pads on arms frame, okay? Also, we look at the length to bend. So again, as you can see, it comes much further back. So we need to adjust that also, okay? So if you pop that off for me, Eva, thank you. Okay, so again, looking at the sides, we can see that the sides are quite bent. So you find something like this in the exam, okay? What we did in the previous spectacle fitting for the acetate frame, we looked at the bridge, okay? And we could see that the bridge was twisted because the two lenses were not horizontally and vertically aligned. Now in this pair, they are. You can see that they're perfectly straight, they're perfectly aligned, and yet our sides are twisted and bent. So that tells us that the front of the frame is perfectly aligned, which means that the sides are bent. So it's not the bridge this time, we actually have the sides that are bent. Okay, so we need to adjust those. Okay, so we can take some of our pliers and we can have a look and bend the side with the pliers safely back into position to align those up and make sure that they're parallel. Okay, so we just have a look. Yeah, sometimes I find it really helpful to close one eye and then you can line up the two sides, and that gives you a better idea of how bent that they are. You can also check which side needs the adjustment by using your ABDO rule on the back, as Daryl showed earlier in his presentation, the angle of side measurement here on the rule. So you can pop that on, okay, and just line it up. And as you can see, this side is about 5 degrees, and this one, as you can see, is very, very flat. That's 0. So we know that we always need an angle, a pantoscopic angle on our frame. So the one that's 0 would be the one that we would bend to match the other side of 5 degrees. And in fact, it should have a little bit more than 5 degrees, both sides. Okay. And again, the nose pads, you can see how one is fine and one is splayed. That would also make the frame tilt to one side. So if we pop that on again, Aoife. Okay, let me just have a look. Yeah, so this one, you can lean in. Don't know if you can see that. This pad is absolutely fine. This one is very, very splayed. So we need to adjust that also. Okay. Right, so we'll have a look at the next one. So we'll go back to our presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay, we move to the next one. So the next one is a rimless frame. Okay, so this can be quite tricky to adjust. I know there's a lot of students who are very apprehensive when adjusting a rimless frame.
Sorry,
So,
Jerry, are we meant to be seeing your slides or you?
Oh, I'm going to use screen. There we go. Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
It's difficult jumping between the two. Thank you, Miranda. Okay, so as I was saying, this, you know, a lot of students can be quite apprehensive about adjusting a rimless frame, and that's completely understandable. In practice, if someone presented with a twisted rimless frame and they had a 1.74 free-form progressive lens, the last thing you want to do is crack the lens when you're doing the adjustment. So it's very, very important that we do it safely, and we use the proper tools as well. So again, having a look at the rimless frame, okay, you've got the same one here. We need to again assess if the frame is straight, okay. You need to ask yourself, is it twisted at the bridge? And are the sides evenly angled? Okay, so with a rimless frame, as you can see on the picture, there is no frame, it's rimless. So the lenses are just held together with little compression plugs and little holes that are drilled in the actual lens. So it can be quite fragile, and we need to tread carefully when we're doing these adjustments. Okay, so we need to think again about if it's twisted, are the sides bent at the hinges? and any adjustment that we might make can actually put strain on the lens, so we need to be very careful. And again, so we're asking ourselves all the same questions. Are the sides bent at the hinges? Is the length to bend appropriate? So as you can see, there's a pattern here for any frame, regardless of its material, whether it's an acetate, whether it's metal or rimless. We need to look at all of these things for each frame to see how we need to proceed with the adjustments. Okay, so the tools that you would use in a rimless are quite different. You must use the rimless bracing pliers, so you need to be very aware of how you use those. I will demonstrate those to you in a little while. Okay, it's important also that when we're using these pliers that we cover the lens with a cloth to protect the lens whilst we're doing the adjustment. Okay, so I'll show you that also. You will be questioned on tools throughout the 3 adjustments, and in particular this one, because you must use the rimless bracing pliers. Okay, so we're going to have a little look at this one on Aoife, so I'll come back to the main camera. Okay, you pop that on, Aoife. Okay, now if you can move forward. So again, it's difficult because we're on screen, but you can see that's not a good fit at all. Aoife's virtually looking over this lens, and obviously she's looking at the top, through the top of this lens. So if that was a progressive lens or an aspheric lens where fitting of the lenses are vitally important, then she wouldn't be obviously looking through the right part of the lens, and that would be affecting what she sees. Okay, so also if you can turn to the side, just move your head up, sorry, a little bit more. Yeah. Again, the length to bend needs adjusting here. Okay, it's hard to see on camera also, but the pantoscopic tilt on this frame isn't good either. It's actually, instead of having a pantoscopic tilt, it's actually going this way, which is called a retroscopic tilt. So that's really important that we obviously adjust at that part of the frame to make sure that it's all where it should be and everything needs to be properly aligned. Okay, so again, I'll just get you to pop them off, Ethan. Thank you. Okay, so again, we're looking at the nose pads. So this one looks fine. This one looks slightly splayed. So we need to check that and then obviously use the right tools. You can see again also the sides. Oh, I'll try it with a better background. So they're quite bent again. So if we check the bridge, do we think it's at the bridge? The bridge looks fine. It's all aligned. You can see that. So that tells us that it must be one of the sides that is bent, and we need to obviously readjust that again. Okay, so if you're not sure, check the bridge. Check the bridge to see if it's all aligned. And if it is, then you know the sides are bent, so it's one of the sides that needs readjusted. Okay, if you looked at it this way and one of those lenses was raised up, then you would know that the bridge is twisted and you need to readjust that. Okay, so any of these adjustments you can do in practice, any day in practice. So let's have a look at, I'm just going to share my screen again. Okay.
Go back.
Yeah?
No, you need it.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, so we'll have a little look at the tools. And we can, I've got a selection of tools here and I'll demonstrate as best I can how we use those tools. So I've got a selection actually from my practice. I didn't collect all of them because I've taken the ones that you probably use less in practice, so you'd probably need a demonstration of using them. Okay, so we all use these every day, half covered pliers. These are used to increase the angle of let back. So this would be your go-to tool in practice. Okay, I use this all day, every day. As you can see, it's well used and it's well loved. So as I say, it's used to increase and decrease the angle of let back. It's also used to alter the angle of the side, and nylon pads to protect the frame from scratching. So that's why it's covered on one side. It's called half covered pliers. So it's covered on one side to protect the frame from scratching, but it also gives you, you're also able to use it quite easily. Okay, so these are double nylon pliers. Again, these can be used for the same types of adjustments, to increase and decrease the angle of side. Also nylon pads on both sides, so they can be used for sort of more general adjustments, where you don't need to get into small parts of the frame, because both sides, they have nylon on both sides to protect the frame again from scratching. So when you're in practice, have a look through all the tools. And you know, when I was training to be a dispensing optician, I used to look at them when I picked them up to use them, and I used to say the name to myself. Okay, so these are double nylon pliers, these are half covered pliers, and just by doing that, every time you pick them up to do any adjustments, then it becomes second nature. When you're in your exam and you see them on the desk, you can reach for them, and you know, if the examiner asks you, what do we call these pliers, you can just give the answer right away, because you've been just doing it every day in practice. So it's just a good way to be revising at the same time whilst you're working in practice, and it'll all just consolidate all of your knowledge. Okay, so parallel pliers, you all have these in practice also. These are very versatile. They're used to increase and decrease the angle of side. So as you can see, they're parallel to maintain the grip all along the side. So it gives you a good solid grip, and you can obviously do the adjustment quite easily and quite quickly and effectively. So this might be something that you don't reach for, you know, particularly you might just reach for your half covered nylon pliers instinctively, but you know, try and use the other ones, get a feel for how they work and what they're called. And as I say, once you come to the exam, then it'll all be second nature. Okay, so these are I use these all the time in practice also. I will demonstrate these to you because I have these here. So these are pad pliers. Now, again, when you're adjusting nose pads on a pads on arms frame, or even the rimless frame, some acetate frames also have pads on arms that are attached to the acetate, so you might need them for those also. Okay, so these are used to alter the display angle and the frontal angle of the pads. Okay, so as you can see in the photograph, there's a little grooved section to accommodate the pad housing and crew, and then the flat side, that's flush with the pad to avoid damage. So I'm going to swap back to our camera and I'll demonstrate to you how these work. Okay, so I do that. Okay, so as you can see, this is a pads on arms frame. So earlier we looked at this adjustment on Aoife, and we could see that one pad was fine, it was in alignment, the other pad was quite splayed. Okay, so I'm going to get the pads on arms pliers, and I'm going to turn it around because the little groove is used to hold the pad. Can you see that? Okay, and then if you hold the frame like this, then you can do any adjustment. You can alter the splay and the frontal angle of the pad. So I've just adjusted that, and as you can see, they both look much better than this one was to begin with. So I'm just going to pop this on Aoife and check the fitting on the bridge. Let me see, just perfect. So have a little look. So as you can see, both pads are in alignment with the bridge of the nose. Okay, now you can do that adjustment with your fingers, but the pads and arms tool gives you a much better grip, I feel, and you can do frontal angle and splay angle almost simultaneously with these tools. So it's well worth practicing with those. Okay. Okay, so let me go back to my screen. Okay, so that was the pad pliers. The next one is snipe nose pliers. Okay, so these are used to alter the splay angle and frontal angle of the pads. So this is quite similar to the nose pad pliers, but they've got a long, narrow tip to access behind the pad, because sometimes you need to actually adjust the arm of the pad as opposed to the pad itself. So I'm just going to demonstrate this as well. I have a little set here. Okay, so again, just to show you, these are, you see the long, narrow points here. So that allows us to get in behind the pad, and we can do any adjustments that we need. And sometimes it's very difficult. You can't get your finger and thumb in there. So these are excellent for doing those sorts of adjustments. Okay. Okay, so I'll just share my. Oh. Sorry. There we go. Okay. So the next one are axis aligning pliers. So I have a little frame here. Yeah. So these are used for a frame which is very, very round in shape. Okay. The difficulty with dispensing a patient who might have a very high SIL in their prescription is they need to be very accurate on axis. And if they wanted to have a lovely round frame, sometimes when you're popping the lenses in, or if they've come into practice and a lens has come out and you pop the lens back in, it could be off axis because the frame is so round. So it's very difficult to tell if it's on axis unless you facilitator the lenses. So if you've popped them in and you facilitator the lenses and they're off axis, you can use these axis aligning pliers to rotate the lens in the frame. Okay, so as you can see, there's a large pad and a sort of a smaller pad. So if I pop this, let me just come back to our screen. Okay, so have a little look at that. So you can see that's a very round frame. Okay, if Aoife has a very, very high astigmatic prescription, so if her prescription was, for example, +1 minus 450 at 93, and we popped the lenses in and we facilitated the lenses and they read 87, then that means they're 5 degrees off axis. So what we can do is we can use the axis aligning pliers, okay, to rotate the lens in the frame to bring it back on axis. So I'll just demonstrate that. Okay, so the large pad goes on the front surface because it's generally flatter. The curvature on the back surface of the lens, then the smaller pad accommodates the curvature. So what we do is we slightly heat the frame just to generally soften it, and then we can rotate the lens in the frame to bring it back on axis. Okay, so they're axis aligning pliers. They're really, really convenient and they come in handy and are so useful just at the right time. Okay, so we'll go back to, oh yeah, I keep forgetting to do that. Yeah. Okay, so the next one are rim forming pliers. So again, these are used to bow the rim of a metal frame. Okay, so we have in our practice, we do all of our lenses remote edged. So the lenses come in already edged with a bevel. Sometimes the curvature of the lens, if it's a very high plus prescription, sometimes the lens is quite curved and the rim of the metal frame doesn't align with the curvature of the bevel of the lens. So these pliers are excellent for just changing the curvature of the rim of the frame to allow the bevel and the rim of the frame to align. Okay, so both surfaces are padded to avoid damage and scratching of the frame itself. Okay, so I'll just demonstrate this with the pads on arms frame that we have. Okay, which is, oh, where are we? Just here, yeah. Okay, so if Eva's prescription was +6, for example, and it came to our practice already edged, and I tried to put that +6 lens into this frame, the curvature wouldn't line up with the rim. So what I can do is with the rim forming pliers, you can see those, yeah, like that. So you can see that's got a little curve on it, just like that. So I can pop this on the top of the rim, trying to get it, that's a good background, and then just gently press along the rim of the frame to allow it to just curve a little bit more so that it lines up with the rim of the lens, the bevel of the lens. And you do top and bottom, obviously, because if you curve the top slightly, you also need to curve the bottom so that they all align, and then the lens can be popped into the frame and it's nice and secure. So if you're struggling to pop lenses into frames, this is an excellent little tool that just gives you that little bit of extra curvature to allow you then to pop the lens in securely. Okay. Okay, so let's do that. Right, okay. Okay, and then the next one. So these are rimless bracing pliers. So again, we talked about rimless frames earlier and the adjustments that needed to be done. It's so important that you use these rimless bracing pliers whenever you're doing your adjustment for your rimless frame. Okay, it's just not, you know, it's important that you are aware and you know how to use them properly and safely. So you can show the examiner that you're competent in using these pliers and you're able to perform the adjustments effectively. Okay, so they're used to brace the compression plug. They're padded on both surfaces to protect the lens from damage. One surface is grooved to accommodate the plug. Okay, so I'll show you how to adjust with these. Okay. Okay, so we've got our rimless frame. So as I said previously, it's important that we do the adjustments safely. So what I'm going to do is cover the lens with a cloth. I've got my nice NRC cloth, as you can see. So we're covering the lens with a cloth, okay? And we need to do this adjustment to the side. So we get our rimless bracing pliers, and as you can see, there's a little groove, oh gosh, just here, to accommodate the compression plug. So we pop this on at the back, okay, and we hold this to the front. So this is how we perform this adjustment. So we've covered the lens for protection. We're bracing the compression plug, okay, and then we can do the adjustment that we need. Okay, so if we do that, I'm holding the cloth here and we can do the adjustment up and down. And then the lens is protected both with the cloth and with the bracing pliers. Now, I would do it the other way with this hand in practice, but I'm trying to do it for the camera. So as you can see, we can do the adjustment up and down and the lens is protected with the cloth and the pliers. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay, so we've got plated cutters. So as I said earlier, these are used to shorten sides, end tips, screws and supercord. You will not be required to shorten any sides in this section. Just be aware that you may be asked about them, so that you need to be aware of their use, but you will not be required to shorten any sides. Okay, so the final fit for each frame. Okay, so what you need to look for is check the side fitting for both the right and the left. So that means the length of end. Okay, check the inward angle of drop. Okay, so that's the drop that goes in behind, and it should be aligned with the back of the head. Okay, the length of drop should not be excessive either, but if it is, just explain to the examiner. Obviously you won't have time to shorten the sides, but if you explain to the examiner in practice you would be shortening the side, then that's absolutely fine. Okay, ensure the frame is straight on the patient, so don't give the frame back to the patient and explain to the examiner what you've done and the frame is still crooked. Make sure that it's straight on the patient. Okay, check the pads on arms, that the pad surface is in full contact with the patient's bridge. Okay, and again, as I demonstrated with the acetate frame, check both the horizontal and the vertical plane of the spectacle frame. So when we saw that the lenses were twisted, okay, that was the vertical plane, which was not aligned, they were twisted. So that's what you're looking for. And the horizontal frame is you're looking for the frame to be straight horizontally. Okay, again, check the pantoscopic tilt. Typically it should be between 8 and 12 degrees. And again, the temple width and the head width need to be appropriate also. So these are all the adjustments that you need to think about for each of your 3 fitting adjustments. Okay, so when practicing, allow 8 minutes to complete. So in practice, try and time yourself, see if you can do it within the 8 minutes. Obviously look at the tools that you're going to use, remind yourself what they're called. All of these little things all help to make this section much easier on the day. Remember to clean the lenses once your fitting is complete, because you wouldn't give your lenses back, the frame back to the patient with lenses which are covered in fingerprints and finger marks. So make sure that you clean them and polish them appropriately. And remember, this is what you do every day in practice. So from now on until your exam, as I said, think carefully about the adjustments you do on a daily basis. And good luck. Okay, so that finishes C1. Are there any questions? Anything anyone wants to have a look at again?
I
Yes?
was fiercely typing then, but I'll answer this one anyway. Someone's put that they find it easier to do measurement by hand in the exams where they have to use the equipment. My answer, I'm assuming they mean adjustments rather than measurements, but my answer would be specifically for rimless, I would strongly recommend using the rimless pliers because they will protect the lenses from breakage far better than your fingers can. Jerry, is C1 and C2 passed as a joint one?
Yeah.
No, separately. C1 is passed and then C2 is separate. So it's 100%, well, 50% pass mark in each one.
Yeah.
Any other questions for C1? No? Okay, thanks, Jerry.
Okay, thanks. So we move on to section C2. So this is facial measurements. So this corresponds really well with Daryl's B1 PowerPoint presentation. You'll recognise some of the photographs because it was obviously Aoife in those photographs. So I'm going to go through those pictures again. And what I will do is obviously flip again between the PowerPoint and the camera so that I can demonstrate live to you how to take those measurements. Okay, so we're going to work through this. And as I say, it corresponds really well with Daryl's section B1. So it tells you that the frame measurements that you take, how they relate to the facial measurements. Okay. Okay, so the objective for C2 is for you to take a set of facial measurements using the facial gauge, from the patient provided. So as Miranda said at the beginning of today, you will have 3 different patients, but your last patient for the adjustments will remain, and they will be your patient for C2. So you'll take their facial measurements. Okay, so your last adjustment, you'll have finished that patient, and then you can begin when the examiner tells you to take their facial measurements for C2. Okay, so this is the equipment that will be provided. So on the desk, you'll have a facial gauge, which is on the top left. So I'm sure you're all familiar with this. You'll have a PD ruler, and as you can see, that's just below the facial gauge. You've got a frame ruler as well, and there's 2 different ones there. You'll also have an ABDO one. So please use whatever you're used to. You know, you probably will bring your own anyway. If you do, that's absolutely fine. Just work with what you're most familiar with. Okay. There's also a set of head calipers for taking head width and temple width, but I will demonstrate that further down the session. Okay. And then obviously your paperwork. So that's everything that you'll need for section C2. Okay. So this is your examination form. So once you turn that paper over, this is what you'll see on the other side. So I've highlighted this for you. It's very important that you put your candidate number and your patient's name on your form. Okay, so we need to know who you are, which is your candidate number, but we also need to know which patient that you've measured. So this is imperative that you fill in those 2 boxes. You can fill in the venue and the date as well, but that's not compulsory, but the candidate number and the patient is. Okay, so as you can see, there's a list of measurements here. We're going to go through these one by one. And for this section, you have 30 minutes. Okay, so section C1 was 30 minutes. Section C2 is also 30 minutes. Okay, a lot of students don't even take 30 minutes to complete these facial measurements. And it's quite good if you leave yourself a little bit of time at the end just to check your measurements and make sure that you're happy with everything. Okay, so again, as I say, your candidate number and the patient's name. So we're going to go through each one of these measurements. I'm going to have the photograph on screen, and then we'll flip to the camera and I'll demonstrate how to take the measurement with Eva. Okay. So the first measurement on the form is the monocular pupillary distance. Okay, so these are the mono PDs. Okay, so they're taken from the center of the pupil to the center of the bridge. Okay, we need both right and left, and it's taken without the patient wearing a frame. So this is without the frame on. Okay, so rather than just take a binocular PD measurement, we need them monocularly. So we need the individual right and left measurements. Okay, so I'm going to just turn to the camera, and then I'm going to demonstrate this measurement. Okay, so that's right. Okay, so Eva, I'm going to get you to face me. So we're going to try and do this as best we can. Now, I probably should be a little bit higher. That's better. Yeah. Okay, so we need to be kind of at eye level. Okay, so you can check that your shoulders are in line with your patient's. Okay, and then get your patient to just look straight ahead. So Aoife, I'm going to just pop this on the bridge of your nose. Okay, and if you can just stare into my open eye, and the other one. And then I would also do it again, just to check that your measurements are correct. Perfect. Okay, so I'm measuring the center of Aoife's pupil to the center of her bridge, right and left. So that's your monocular pupillary distance. Okay, so let's come back to this. Okay, so you can see in the photograph there, I popped this on Aoife's bridge, and I'm measuring each of her center of her pupil. All right. So the next one on the list on your form is the monocular near centration distance. So we take this measurement because if you're dispensing a pair of reading specs, you need the near centration distance. So this is taken also with the frame on, because if you have a think about, if you're dispensing reading spectacles, they will have their reading spectacles on. So if you pop that frame on for me, Aoife, okay. So this is measured from the center of the pupil to the center of the bridge, with the patient fixating at approximately 35 centimeters. So we're obviously mirroring where they would be reading, and we need to take the measurement at that distance. Okay, so if I can I'll just pop this off again. Right, okay. So Aoife, if you can just hold the pen for me and hold it up. So, and if you just look at the pen. So I'm taking the measurement with the frame on. Aoife's looking at the tip of the pen. And again, I'm going to take the measurement. So I'm looking again at the center of her pupils in the right and the left. So she's looking at the pen this time. She's not looking at me. She's fixating on the pen. And I can read the measurement of each mono near CD. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, that's what I've just demonstrated. Okay, I've just popped that. And Aoife was, yeah, you were looking at the pen just a little bit further. Perfect. And that's the measurement that you can see on screen. Okay. Okay, you pop the frame off. Thank you. Okay, so the next measurement is crest height. So again, Daryl discussed crest height with regards to frame fit. So this is the actual facial measurement that relates to the crest height of the frame. So this is the distance in the assumed spectacle plane. Okay, we measure between the lower limbus, which is the lower part of the coloured part of the eye, to the nasal crest. Okay, so we take right and left measurement. Okay, the average measurement if each one is different. So if you get 5 on one side and 7 on the other, average it out to be 6. Okay, and the crest height, this determines how high or low the frame sits on the face. Okay, so I've got an example here. So this is an extreme version. I'll go back to the screen so that you can see this. Okay, so this is an extreme version. You can see this frame that I have here. So the crest is very, very high on the frame, as you can see. Okay, so if you pop that on, Aoife, please. So, I mean, that's an extreme version with a very high crest. So the frame sits very low on the face. Okay, so that's not a good option. So I'll show you this one. Okay, you pop those on, Aoife, please. So that's a much better example. You can see there's a lower crest, so the frame sits higher and our eyes are nice and central in the lens. So that's a really good example of a good fitting frame. Okay, so the measurement then for crest height. Okay, so again, as you saw in the photograph, okay, so this is our facial rule. We're using this little scale here. Okay, so Aoife, if I can just get you to turn and face me. So when we're measuring the crest height, okay, we have the ruler and we just bring it down. I'm just going to try and, yeah, sorry. Okay, so we just bring it down and we just stop where it stops. And then you just put a slight 10-degree tilt, okay? And that mirrors the pantoscopic tilt of the frame. So I'm going to get you to turn it sideways. Again, we just bring it down, stop, drop it to where it just stops, and then we're reading off the lower lid. Okay, so it'll be easier. I'm going to do the other side because we do measure right and left. So that's one. And then if I can get you to do this. So drop, we just put a slight tilt on the frame. I might get you to just move in a little bit, Aoife, yeah, if you can. Okay, so obviously I'd be face on, but I'm trying to do this just to demonstrate. So we bring it down just to where it stops at the crest. And then we're measuring here to the lower lid. So that's crest height. Okay. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, so that's just what we tried to demonstrate. So bring the ruler down until it stops on the crest. Put a slight 10-degree tilt on the ruler, and then you read off at the lower lid. As I showed you with the frames, that determines how high or low the frame sits on the face. So if you have a very high crest, as you saw, the frame sat very low. And then if we had a lower crest, that was much better because it raised the frame up and it was a better fit on the patient. Okay, so bridge projection. Okay, so again, as Darryl discussed earlier with the frame, this determines how far away the frame sits from the face. Okay, so Aoife's got lovely long eyelashes. So if we can test whether she has a positive or a negative bridge projection. So in the exam, what I would do is have a look at your patient's profile. Okay, so what I would do with Aoife is I would ask her to look and follow my finger. Okay, and as she looks up and down, if her eyelashes come out beyond the bridge of her nose, then that's a negative bridge projection. Okay, if her bridge comes out beyond her eyelashes, that's a positive bridge projection. Okay, so this determines, as I said, how far away the frame sits from the face. So your answer when you're measuring it will either be positive or negative. Okay, so just by looking at the profile, that will give you an idea if you're looking for a positive or a negative bridge projection. Okay, so we'll measure this. Okay, so let me just come a little bit. Okay, so we're using this scale for the bridge projection. Now, a lot of students get confused with how the little cursor goes on. There's lots of different ways. So for the bridge projection, you have a little clear window. So that's the one that we use. Okay, there's a lovely little line just along here. And that's the one that we use to measure the bridge projection. Okay, if you have your cursor on this way, it'll never work because as much as the patient blinks, there's nothing here for the patient's eyelashes to touch. So you have to have the broader sides so that when your patient blinks, they feel it here, and then you know that's your measurement. So remember, that's the way your cursor should be for bridge projection. Okay, so the best thing to do when you're measuring this is to stand up. Okay, so let's demonstrate this. Right, Aoife, I'm just going to stand up. Okay, so pop the frame on the patient and just slightly dip it that you're mirroring the 10-degree tilt of the frame. Okay, so just about there. Aoife, if you can blink. Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. So that's that. Yeah, that's it. So Aoife's got a minus bridge projection, so hers is -2, and as you can see, her eyelashes come out beyond the bridge of her nose, so she's got a minus bridge projection. Okay, so let's have a look at the next one. Okay, so apical radius. Okay, so the definition of this is the arc of the nasal crest. So this is taken in the assumed spectacle plane. Okay, so when we're taking this measurement, this makes sure that there's a good fitting around the crest of the patient's bridge. It's important to ensure that it's not too tight, otherwise it'll pinch and it'll not be a good fit for the patient at all. Okay, so when we're taking this measurement, the best thing to do is to start large, excuse me, and work your way down. Let's have a drink of water. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. Thank you. Okay, so just make sure it's not too tight. So I'm going to demonstrate this also. Okay, so right. So apical radius. So we use all these little arcs. Okay, and 10, 12 is the largest. So the best thing to do is start large. And you can see how large that is. That's much too big. And just keep working your way down. That's still big. That's still quite large. Now you can see that looks quite snug. And if you're not sure, go to the next one. Okay, and if you're not sure, the best thing to do is ask the patient. So is number 1, Aoife, or number 2?
Number 1.
Number 1. Okay, so we'll go with 8. So that's the best thing to do. If you can't decide between one or the other, ask the patient what they think, because at the end of the day, these are going to be their specs, and they need to feel comfortable. Okay. Okay, so right. Okay, so the next measurement is distance between rims at 10. Okay, so this is the width of the nose in the assumed spectacle plane at 10 millimeters below crest. Okay, so again, a lot of students struggle with how the cursor should be on the frame. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do this one. So as I said, a lot of students struggle. They don't know which way it goes. The best thing to do is have the cursor that these, oops, that you have a nice, when you close it, you have a nice straight line along here. And this makes a lovely little square. Okay, so this is all aligned and you have a nice little square box shape. If I turn it over and it's like this, you can see that's not straight and you don't have that nice little square. So that tells you that it's on the wrong way. So just turn it over, and once you've got that aligned, you know you've got it on the right way. Okay, so for distance between rims at 10 and 15, we turn it over, and as you can see, there's a scale of 10, oops, and 15. Okay, so this is our little scale here that we're going to use. Okay, so we know that the cursor's on the correct way because it's nice and straight here. So we can take the first measurement, which is distance between rims at 10. So I can just get you to face me, Aoife. Okay, and I'm using, oops, the 10 scale here. Okay, so we just pop it on. Aoife, if you could close your eyes, okay? And what we're looking for is a nice 3-point touch on the bridge there. So here, here, and here. So both sides of the nose and at the crest. Okay, so how does that feel, Aoife? Does that feel okay? Yeah, so we're just touching either side. Okay, so that's 17. Okay, so then what we do is turn the rule over, and now we're using the 15 scale. Okay, so we used the 10, and now we're using 15. Okay, so we're going to do exactly the same thing, and we're expecting, well, we know that the DBR at 15 is always larger than the DBR at 10. So in your exam, if you have DBR at 19 and DBR at 15 at 17, you know that's wrong. The DBR at 15 will always be larger, because if you think about it, if you have a look at the bridge of the nose, so we're doing 10 below crest, which is here, and if we do 15 below crest, that's wider because of the shape of the nose. So 10 below crest and then 15 below crest, so you'll get a larger measurement. Okay, so we'll do DBR at 15. So again, it's done in exactly the same way. Just pop it on and slide your cursor over until you just get 3 points of contact, and that's your DBR at 15. Okay, yeah. and that's 22. So that's 17 and 22. So that's about, you're expecting 4 to 5 millimeters of a difference. Okay. Okay. So, and this is just an example again. So if your DBR measurements are inaccurate, obviously we're taking them so that they match the bridge of the nose. So this is again is an extreme version. Will you pop that on for me? So you can see the DBRs here are much too large, and you can see the frames very loose and rocking either side of the bridge, because that's not a good fit. Okay, so that's why it's important that those measurements are accurate as well. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. Okay, so that was 10 and 15. So frontal angle. So this is important when you're dispensing, in particular, a frame that has the pads on arms, because we can take the angle of the frontal angle of the pad and then obviously the splay angle of the pad. Okay, so the frontal angle, first of all, this is the angle between the vertical in the assumed spectacle plane and a parallel to the assumed bearing surface on each side of the nose. So that's the technical term. This determines the angle of the pad bridge, of the pads on arms in the vertical plane. So this just makes sure that it aligns with the bridge of the nose. Okay, so as you can see in the diagram, we've got the facial rule on the center of Aoife's bridge. You can see that 0 line running right down the center of Aoife's bridge. And then we just obviously align that, and then we can read it off the scale. So I'll demonstrate that. Okay, so we're going to do frontal angle. So as I say, trying to get that into focus. So we've got this 0 line right down the center. Okay, and I'm going to position that in the center of Aoife's bridge, and then I'll take the measurement either side, right and left. Okay, so just pop this here, and there we go. So that's in the center of Aoife's bridge, just here, and then we've got this running along the side of Aoife's bridge, and we measure on the inside part here. So that's about 20 degrees, which is what Daryl had in the photograph, because she's quite a narrow bridge. So 20 degrees is about right for that. Okay, and then we'll do the left. So you don't need to move the rule very much. Okay, we just need to do this. And again, get this center on the bridge of the nose. Okay, and then just move that until it just aligns with the other side. And again, we read off here, and that's also 20 degrees. Okay, so that gives us the idea that the pads are aligned at 20 degrees, and then they should be a perfect fit on the bridge of Aoife's nose. All right. Okay, and then the next one is splay angle. Oh, okay. So now this is you need to be careful when you're doing this measurement. Okay, you must ask your patient to close their eyes because we're trying to get right into the corner to try and measure the splay angle of the pad. Okay, so if you find that the patient is looking, you just make sure, don't do anything until you've asked them to close their eyes. That's vitally important. Okay, so Aoife, can I ask you to close your eyes, and we'll just come back to...
Sorry, Jerry. Can I just interrupt, because I was actually emailing and someone's just asked, do you measure from the inside or outside of the facial gauge? But I wasn't sure which measurement you just covered.
Okay, so it's the inside of the facial gauge is the little cut away part. Yeah.
So on your diagram there, if we're looking at the screen, it's the right hand side of the ruler.
Yes. So it's just slightly more than 20 degrees.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just about 21, 22 degrees. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to do the splay angle. Okay. So Aoife, please close your eyes. Again, this is, I'll actually just find the Okay, so again, this is better to stand up to do this measurement. So again, Aoife, if you can close your eyes for me. So I'm just going to line up again this center line, the 0 line, with the center of Aoife's bridge. Okay, now what you might find is sometimes when you pop this on, it drags on the lid. So just move down the bridge, okay, and measure it a little bit further down so that you can get right into the corner of the eye. Okay, so I'm just going to let you turn a little bit more so that everyone can hopefully see that. Okay, so we've got the 0 line in the center of the bridge, and then we're measuring right into the corner. So that gives us the splay angle, and we do right and left. Okay, and again, we're measuring on the inside, here and here. Okay, so that's the splay angle. That allows us to have an accurate fitting of the nose pads, both the frontal angle and the splay. All right. Okay. Okay, everyone see that? Right. Okay, so front to bend. So this is the distance from the assumed spectacle plane to the ear point. Okay, so this measurement is taken from a position representing the plane of the spectacle front. So when we're taking this measurement, we need to imagine that they're wearing a spectacle and we're measuring from the spectacle plane. Okay, so with that measurement, that would be just clearing the lashes to the ear point. So that's how we measure front to bend. Okay, so I'll just demonstrate that for you. Okay, and again, that's an important measurement because that ensures that the measurements that we've recorded, if we apply those to the frame, then it'll obviously be an accurate fit. All right, so let's have a look at front to bend. Okay, so as I said before, this is taken with the assumed spectacle plane front. So I can get you just to turn around. So we're imagining that the spectacle frame front is here. So the point at which we start the measurement is when it's just clearing the lashes. So that's really where the spectacles would be. Okay, so obviously we don't need the spectacles to be sitting a lot further away. That wouldn't work at all. So it has to be as close to the eyelashes, but just clearing them, that they're not obviously touching the back surface of the lens. Okay, so what we need to do is line again this 0 up with just where it's clearing the lashes. Okay, I'm going to do the other side actually. So it's got like, yeah, that might be better if I can try and, what I'll do is I'll take the measurement and then if I can turn you around to the camera. Okay, so the 0 is just clearing the lashes, and then we run this gauge right down so that it's just clearing the top and the lower lashes. Okay, and that's your front to bend. I hope you can see it. Probably and let's see, the angle isn't good. It's probably better if we look at the photograph, but as long as the 0 is just clearing the lashes, and then we're reading off the scale here. Okay, so I'll go back to the photograph and you can have another little look at that. Okay, so as you can see, the 0 is lined up. The little cursor just runs between the top and the bottom of the lashes, and then we read off the measurement here in the photograph. So that would be about 105 would be her front to bend, which is about right. Okay. Okay. So the next one, head width. So this is an important measurement again when you're adjusting your spectacles, because if the head width is too loose, as Daryl said earlier, pop those on for me, Eva. You know, that's a huge frame. That's so loose, that's never going to fit. It's never going to stay on. So the head width is really important because we need to know what the exact measurement is so that we can adjust the spectacles accordingly. So this is the horizontal distance between the ear points of the head, okay? And again, as Darryl spoke about earlier, remember to state whether you've compensated your measurement for a more secure fit. So again, if we measure the head width, then we would compensate it by 10 millimeters. So that's 5 millimeters either side. That just allows a little bit of grip so that it's not too loose and the frame's always going to feel loose and obviously not fit well. Okay, so this photograph, you on the day of your exam, you will have head calipers to use. I didn't have any when we were taking these measurements, so I was very resourceful and used what I had. So this is another way of measuring head width, but you will have head calipers in the exam. Okay, so I'll show you how to measure head width. Okay, so we can start off, well, let me just change that. Okay, so we can start off with our facial rule. So we take the little cursor off, so that comes off, okay? And then we can use this as one side, and we can use our frame rule for the other side. So we need to make sure that this is in line with the 0, okay? And we can pop this on this side, just at Aoife's ear point. We just get you to turn around, just want to make sure. And then we can bring the other rule and pop that at the other side. So we can just turn around and then we just read off the scale where the frame rule is. So that's measuring about 140. So in the exam, it's quite okay to write 140 as long as you specify that it is uncompensated. You don't need to take the 10 millimeters off, but as long as you specify that you have not compensated the measurement. If you are going to compensate it, you would write 130 millimeters compensated. Okay, so that the examiner knows that whether you've compensated or not, then they know exactly what your measurement is. Okay, all the patients are measured daily, so we know what the head width will be that day with that patient that you're using. So if you simply write 140, we don't know if you've compensated that or not. So that could be outside of tolerance. So it's very, very important that you let us know whether you have compensated the head width by deducting 10 millimeters from your measurement. Okay. Okay. Okay, so. All right. So that's the last measurement on the form. So when I was training to be a dispensing optician, I absolutely measured all of my family and all of my friends so many times. Obviously, it's difficult at the moment with COVID. I know there's only a certain amount of people allowed in a bubble, but it's so important with this section in particular that you have lots of practice just to familiarise yourself with the facial gauge and all the different measurements and how they're done. So just get lots and lots of practice from all your family and people who you're allowed to be in a bubble with. Okay, when you are practicing, try to complete all the measurements in around 20 minutes. As I said at the beginning, the whole session lasts 30 minutes, so that would give yourself 10 minutes to just recheck all your measurements. Most students do take all the measurements at least twice. They just make sure and then they go over it all a second time. And once they're happy, then they're free to leave the session, even if it's before the 30 minutes. So if you've got, if you've had lots of practice, the more you practice, the quicker you will become as well. Okay, so talk to your patient as well. All the patients who are at exams, they're all experienced patients. They've done it before, most of them. So they're there to sort of help relax you and to keep you calm. And they're lovely, and us as examiners, we want you to pass so much. We're rooting for all of you. So please, you know, if there's ever anything at all, speak to the examiner, and most of all, just stay calm, and you'll be absolutely fine. Good luck, everyone. Thank you very much. If there's anything that anyone wants to ask or any measurements they want repeated, please just say and I can repeat them.
I've had a lovely compliment, Jerry, about Aoife, that she's obviously a very well-behaved patient.
She's on her best behaviour today.
Yeah. I think I've actually answered the questions as they've gone along. If anybody else has got any other questions before we take a break, we're very happy to answer them. Please use us while we're here.